What's going on, folks? One sec. There we go. Now I can be a little bit less hot and bothered by the outside world screaming in through the open window. Anyways, we've got quite a few replays from the new player tournament, and we're just going to be moving through them nice and quick, hot and heavy. Just trying to point out where people can, make some improvements, and also where they're succeeding in their execution, and builds, or just wherever, really, like tactics and macro strategies, anything and everything. So we got a little bit of a mirror match coming in here. One of the better factions to watch mirror matches for. Plenty of people not super fond of them, but I think there's actually a lot of enjoyment in a majority of the mirror matches in the game. There's definitely a handful that struggle to bring any real excitement, but Warriors of Chaos have a very wide and varied roster. And while there are definitely some very familiar elements between each army here, we do have a very diverse choice of heroes on Random Cuban's side. Johnny going with the always meta and always strong Archeon, who's just an absolute beast. Got a Hell Cannon on both sides. We've got some Marauder Horsemen coming in from Johnny here. Just 3 of these guys to take the number 2 early. Random going to be scooting forward and dropping the big booms with the Hell Cannon, maybe to push them back. Lots of Marauders, a couple of Forsaken. I do love Forsaken, but typically I find them to be a little bit better in reserve, because they're just really quick and they're able to get to the front line without taking too much time to scoot forward. I'm very curious to see how the Chaos Warriors are going to do here. One thing that Johnny definitely needs to keep in mind is to not blob up the lines like this. This is generally not very advisable. It's not the worst thing in the world to start out like this and just see where your opponent's going, and then you can give orders to all your units individually. Typically, though, you just want to make sure that things start out in a nice checkerboard formation. It's not as important for non-missile lines, because typically what you're going to be doing is trying to, like, surround your opponent if you've got a ton of, like, melee infantry. This map's not very well suited for that, though. I will say that the Chaos Warriors will be a really nice tool to just, like, grind through all these Marauders, and potentially the Forsaken. Forsaken fall off pretty badly against armor, but there are definitely ways you can, like, work around the otherwise problematic engagement that Forsaken might run into. They're actually pretty good at hit and running against Chaos Warriors because they have such superior speed stat. 46 versus 28. Yeah, 28 here for the Chaos Warriors. You can actually throw the Forsaken into the front line, hammer, and then kind of pull back and countercharge with something else. Really good fire from the Hell Cannon so far. Taking out models, fairly consistently, keeping those skirmishers a little bit off balance, but they are still getting some respectable damage in. Just tossing the Javelins in against Marauders, pounding the Hellstriders a little bit here. Hellstriders are a great target for Marauder Horsemen, just because these guys are very lightly armored and have a bronze shield and cost significantly more than a Marauder, so them getting poked down there, not ideal for Random Cuban currently. Pretty nice Stream of Corruption. Honestly, probably should have just waited for the Chaos Warriors to fold into combat and cast the spell right down the flank of all of the units, including these Marauders that are already in combat. Would hit the Chaos Warriors really nicely. You can see Johnny getting a much better burning head by being patient and doing just that, nailing these Marauders, taking almost all of their HP out. I mean, these guys got about a third left here. The Forsaken take a little damage, lose some leadership. Take a little bit of poke, nothing too serious though. Burning Head not great against armor. Archaon getting a little risky here. Taking a 3v1 is getting some good shots in against Festus, who is a very vulnerable character to sniping. But the Exalted Hero here should be able to fight back, and Akold needs to help Festus out here. Johnny with a beautiful focus down on Festus, who's just getting absolutely bodied with the Slayer of Kings active here. There's a really beautiful stream of corruption, hitting all of the infantry that Johnny's got in combat here. And the Hell Cannon focusing down the heavily armored infantry. One of these Chaos Warriors basically on their last legs, and a lot of the other ones are getting a little banged up. Generally speaking, you want to try and avoid overblobbing your infantry like this. It's just not a great idea. You could probably retreat 2 of the infantry units engaged in this combat currently out, and have them kind of reroute to keep the flank clear, because Random Cuban's about to get a big surround here, and yeah, the infantry is grinding okay here for Johnny, but with them getting flanked, their leadership might tank enough to potentially break at a really inopportune moment right now. Has gotten a good amount of damage on Festus, but Festus does squeak away now. And Akold and the Exalted Heroes should be able to survive against Archaon here, who does not have Slayer of Kings active currently. Not going to be doing nearly as well against this very, very expensive Tzeentch hero, who's actually fairly tanky with his heal over time. Spirit Leech going down on Festus, not going to finish him off. He still has healing elixirs active. And Archaon, sorry, can't really push through right now. Trapped up by Akold and the numbers of infantry that are in here, with some Chaos Armored Trolls moving in now. Johnny also struggling on his home objective right now, and the Hell Cannon for Johnny is going down right now. Completely missed this in the back line. Some Hellstriders pushing through the back line, get on top of the Hell Cannon and take out almost the entire crew. There's 2 Chaos Dowie models left. I don't actually think that's enough to recrew the cannon, though. And even with the forces back here, trying to resecure this position, not really going all that well. Random Cuban Hell Cannon just farming up the value right now, nailing some Forsaken, focusing the Aspiring Champions, and a Burning Head coming down from Archaon for Johnny, not doing much damage. Just really decently armored and tanky infantry in this fight for the most part. And that Burning Head just took a bad line, I think. The battlefield's kind of flipped here for the infantry on this point. Like, Johnny's starting off on this side, moves in, and is now cut off from the reinforcements, with Random Cuban actually doing a good job of sending some Marauders forward to kind of like screen this side of the fight. That way his own forces don't get rear charged in return, holding this objective in place right now. You know, keeping the cap weight very, very centered up. Archaon does push through, is on top of Festus right now, but he's very low. He is obviously taking a lot of damage being attacked by the Exalted Hero and Akold, who's doing a lot of damage to him, man. Akold's great because he's got perfect vigor, thanks to the Breath of Life. He'll grind all freaking game, and he's got good melee attack with respectable AP. There's really not a lot of characters that Akold struggles against, you know? I mean, he's just a really cool character. He can get sniped by heavy anti-infantry type of lords, and Archaon could probably beat him if he has Slayer of Kings up and a couple Spirit Leeches to drop on him, but trying to go too hard to get Festus, and Random Cuban's doing a very good job of squeaking Festus around the edges of the fight, keeping him on the opposite side of the battle from Archaon, who's still really close, but getting surrounded by trolls now and might get pummeled into the dirt by the trolls there. Johnny really struggling on this back point. The armored trolls have been amazing for Random Cuban. Like, not tremendous amounts of value on either one of them. They're on their way, though, and they are occupying a lot of attention from the Hellstriders that Johnny has on this back point, allowing the infantry of Random Cuban to get some pretty good damage in here, and just reinforcing steadily on both objectives is able to lock this triple cap down and is really taking over this game. Without Archaon, it's going to be really hard to flip this back around for Johnny. Losing that Hell Cannon was just brutal, man, and Random Cuban's been doing a pretty good job of switching targets. Over-focusing a little bit on these Marauders, but there's really not too many targets on the field right now. You got some aspiring champions that you could maybe focus down. Those guys do suffer getting shot at by Hell Cannons. You can also maybe push it up to focus down the Chaos Warriors and the Marauders, reinforcing the home objective for Johnny. But the numbers are looking really good for Random Cuban. And the Forsaken have been used really well. They have done quite well, just pushing up and getting up on the objectives, securing rear charges onto stuff like these Chaos Warriors, who were fighting the Marauders. Some of Johnny's Chaos Warriors move in and kind of help peel the worst of the pressure off these guys, but they're going to run the second that Archaon hits the edge of the map. I don't know where he actually is gone. Archaon's just vanished. Did he get sniped out just a second ago? No, I don't know what the hell's happening. Archaon did a runner, and now he's all the way over here. He rallied, he was able to squeak away, but he's just in a really awful position, man. Johnny does get in here and kind of save him, and a Burning Head going down to the Marauder Horseman with the throwing axes, not quite enough to break their leadership, and another Hellstrider coming in. Gonna probably finish off poor Archaon here. That will be a big rout on a lot of these units on number 3 in a moment here, I think. You've still got the Chaos Trolls and the Forsaken just holding together. This is the kind of stacking that you do want. Monstrous infantry on top of your, you know, fast, you know, not super tanky infantry unit. Helping the DPS on both of them by stacking together. Trolls kind of occupying some of the attention of the Chaos Warriors while also giving some good damage back in return with their good AP. Respectable melee attack. They're exhausted now, so not going to be hitting too often. Should still be a reasonably good fight for them. As long as they're sitting over there and regenning, they'll be okay. There's just no, like, serious damage. Some Marauder Horsemen come in, they'll be able to do a little bit of poke in on the Chaos Armored Trolls. But, you know, 90 armor, or 83 armor now that they're tired there. Still pretty chunky for those Marauder Horsemen. Hell Cannon poking away. Big position here for Random Cuban. Nice force to be able to hold on to the number 2. Festus looking much healthier than he was earlier. Just sitting on those healing elixirs all game so far. And definitely giving him enough of a leg up here to be able to take this game. Marauders, they're routing. They got damaged, and it looks like they just don't want any more of this. It's a little too much for them to be asked to try and come back from this one. A little friendly fire on the Trolls here, unfortunately. One of them gets walloped in the back, but, you know, stands back up. It's not feeling too worse for wear. And the Troll micro has been really solid, man. And these Chaos Warriors, very healthy. Under fire from the Trolls, rear charged, and getting shot at by the artillery. All of those freaking leadership debuffs, man.
I knew it.
And that's going to be a tap out from Johnny. The early engagement on the middle objective looked pretty good for Johnny. But not sniping Festus out and him getting away and being a little too dedicated to, like, over-pursuing Festus is kind of what got Johnny into trouble. And Random Cuban did a much better job of focusing the entire battlefield. Johnny just seemed very hyper-focused in one area at the beginning. So, gotta protect your Hell Cannons. You just can't let your opponent get a mobility advantage on you as the Warriors of Chaos. You've got your own mobile options that you need to be using appropriately to control the pace of fights and where and when you take engagements. That really didn't happen here. And keeping a Chaos Warrior back and even just keeping it stacked over the crew of the Hell Cannon is a really good idea if you're not going to be If you're going to be hyper-focusing somewhere else on the battlefield, make it really easy on yourself to protect your artillery crew. Keep those guys back, and your Hell Cannon can just pop shots when and where appropriate. And your opponent's going to have a really hard time using Hellstriders to destroy a Chaos Warrior defending a Hell Cannon. It's not going to happen. Not for, you know, several minutes of cycle charging, which isn't going to be worth it. And that would have made a big difference as well. Because once the Hell Cannon for Johnny went offline, Random Cuban just kind of started taking over the game with the fight on the middle going really well. The back pressure was pretty unstoppable without the artillery support hammering down the Forsaken and the Marauders and the infantry in general. And I think maybe disengaging with Archaon out of this middle fight, because he was stuck in a big blob for a lot of the battle. Pulling him out and then getting him around the flank to try and snipe Archaon or snipe Festus once again probably would have secured a kill and put Random Cuban in the hole for the remainder of that game, because operating without Festus when he's your centerpiece and you're relying on him to just like get massive value via healing isn't really very easy to come back from. The Hellstriders for Johnny, not used nearly as well as the Hellstriders that Random Cuban was throwing up. 1,500, 1,800 value, and on the other side, 500, 800, another 500 performance. Very lackluster. But that just comes with time. Johnny did pretty well. Just making sure that that Hell Cannon stays online, gets more than 160 value, and not over-focusing one area and letting your opponent kind of just get a free flank and back cap on you. I think you can definitely win this matchup with this particular composition. Archaon alone is enough to be able to beat up Festus, a hero, or an Exalted Hero, and Acold. He just can't do it by sitting in that fight for an extended period of time. He has to engage when he's got Slayer of Kings up, and he has to go after the weakest portion of the build first, which is Festus. He's also the one that's got all the access to the healing outside of Acold, who's got some self-heals, but you don't really want to fight Acold unless you absolutely have to. You can kind of kite him around. He's disruptive, he's annoying, and he will pretty much always get his value back if he's available for your opponent. But foot characters have, you know, 3 cap weight. They can just kind of get ignored at times. The only way you're going to be able to do that, though, is by killing Festus when he's exposed. And you just kind of missed your opportunity on that. So where? And I'm pretty sure Johnny did hit me up. And I actually let him know. Oh, and he's got another one that he wants me to look at. Let me download this and make sure that I showed off on stream so I can give him a little bit more advice. Who can you... Oh, how can you protect a character like... Yeah, how can you? Okay. So how you protect Festus is exactly what Random Cuban was doing. We can even go... Let's just go back into this for a sec, and I'll kind of show you what Random Cuban does right after the early fumble with Festus. Festus is pretty difficult to protect. If your opponent is expecting him, he's pretty easy to take out because he's so squishy. Festus turns into a really good character when he's able to just like sit and grind out tons of healing or Mortis Engine value. But he's slow. He's not very good in any kind of prolonged melee fight just because, again, he's only got 45 melee attack. 50 melee defense is pretty decent, but his armor really lets him down. And it's just not going to save him from somebody like Archaon, who's got 80 freaking melee attack. You know, he's like a solid character, but the thing that Random Cuban does really well, which we'll get to in a moment, Archeon's kind of chilling out here. Random's moving up with all of the characters in a blob together, which is kind of what you need to do with the big boy here. Keep some people next to him who can actually take some fights and do some damage in return. Like, the Exalted Hero is not amazing, but does have respectable melee attack and weapon strength. Acold, obviously, designed as a combat character. You see Festus does get singled out here. He's taking a bunch of damage. You got that Slayer Sword, or Slayer of Kings, activated, and Festus just getting absolutely nailed to the wall right now, but does pull out of combat. And so what Random Cuban there did was give attack orders to the other heroes to engage Archeon. And what happens if you do that, your characters move in, they start attacking Archeon, and Archeon, if he's not getting his own attack orders to stay focused on Festus, will actually lose his aggro on him, and then start trying to fight Acold here, which is a very good fight for Random Cuban to be taking. Because as good as Archeon is as a duelist, Acold can do some pretty respectable damage in return. You can see him actually getting some smacks in here against this big boy. And he's a better target to be getting smacked around because he's got the perfect vigor and the heal. So Archeon's going to get tired and start to lose a bunch of melee attack, which means he's going to hit Acold a lot less often. Then Acold's going to be hitting Archeon in the late game because Acold isn't going to lose any melee attack. Archeon will lose, 6 melee defense, which isn't that much. With an even trade into that, Acold's going to be hitting about 40-something% of the time, while perpetually healing, and Festus can kind of help him out in that regard by spamming the Nurgle passive, as well as just being in range with the healing elixirs. It's 35 meters. I think this is close enough to be giving it to most of the units here. Acold's not getting it. Exalted Hero not either, but the Forsaken and the Halberds are. So Festus could honestly scoot up a little bit more over this side, but just having Archeon stuck up in there, fighting the heroes is really nice. There's some trolls coming in. You really need mass more than anything to protect Festus, because you can use him as bait at that point. If your opponent, see what Archeon, if Archeon did pull out of this blob right now, which he's trying to do by pushing through the heart of it, you can see him trying to force path in. He can't quite do it because there's too much stuff in his way. What you would want to do as random is pull Festus back while the Chaos Trolls kind of move in. And you want to stack them really close together. That way, if your opponent does get access to Festus, you can use the Chaos Trolls to kind of get a surround on Archeon. And Archeon's going to have a really hard time escaping from the massive trolls. They've got 1,500, and Archie's got 1,800. So just a couple of trolls in his path keep him locked down for a long time. And then Festus just wants to, you know, sit back behind the fight, pop the healing elixirs, cast spells, get lots of passives going. Really good cast on those Forsaken, by the way. And stay safe that way. That's kind of the idea behind keeping your really vulnerable foot characters alive. I wouldn't really recommend Festus on a regular basis, though. He's kind of easy to work around on a lot of the maps. This Geyser Bluff is a better map for him than others, just because there is a middle objective to fight over, and your opponent doesn't really want to push your back objective, because the spawn points are so close. It's very easy to support back there. So he's a little bit situational based on map and you know, the style of army that you want to go for. Random Cuban executed it really well. Archeon's the more meta option just because he's chunky. He's got, you know, like a big HP pool. He's pretty tanky with the you know, little bit of missile resist as well as phys res built into his profile. He's got really good dueling capabilities. With this crazy high melee attack and melee defense. Decent weapon strength with an insane charge bonus of 90, Slayer of Kings gets them up to, what, 700 weapon strength? Maybe a little bit more. How much does it give him? 75% of 470. Give me a sec. Let me do the calculations. That way you have a much better understanding. Oh, he gets up to 822 weapon strength. So, he'll beat the brakes off of any character as long as he's got Slayer of Kings active. And you can bring a Nurgle-caster in reserve to pop heals on him if you want to. It does take a mark away from you, but it can be a good idea. Generally speaking, though, if you just take good, patient engages with Archaon, he will not struggle to rack the value up for him. That was one of the weaker performances I've seen from him, and he still paid for himself. Archaon, if you use him well, can get you like 4,000 value pretty easily, just because of how strong he is. Alright, so Jaden versus Hamp coming in. I can't remember if we already watched this one or not, but I don't think we did. We've got, I think it may have been another Greenskins versus Vampire Coast game that we saw Saturday. Gonna be bringing Warzag in, Goblin Big Boss, lots of Orc Boys, swords and spears. 4 Orc Arrow Boys who will be really good for poking down either frontline, preferably bombers, and the pistol mobs are their target though. And then they can worry about everything else afterwards. And even if Silostra is on the big crab, they can do some respectable damage to her. And it does look like she is. So, Greenskins are going to need to do a lot to try and control her. These Rotting Leviathans are insanely difficult to take down. They got 150 armor. They're basically immune to all base weapon damage at this point. They'll take 1 base weapon damage, just because there is a minimum amount that they'll receive. But, you know, obviously AP will get through there. And just with sheer weight of numbers from the Air Boys, they'll be able to do some pretty effective poke against her. They've got 6 AP, and even if they did just have the 1 damage, it's still 90 models hitting in against her, potentially, just because that's such a big target. It'll rack up value, slowly but surely, regardless. So we'll see what Hamp's going to be doing to take the early engagements. Just needs to stay well-positioned, moving up in a nice little block. Nice spacing on all the units. Not going to get to the middle objective before the opponent. Hopefully the Carronades can put a little bit of pressure in on the Greenskins to maybe get them to overextend a little bit and be the ones getting aggressive, even if they hold the middle point. But they're not really going for the number 2 right now. Looking to position the edge of their formation up on the number 3 and then maybe push here. I think that's a little bit of a mistake. I think you really need to be like rushing up here to get here ahead of the vampires. Because Coast is very good holding positions. Very bad at pushing into opponents. The Carronade getting some good damage on Warzag. We love to see it. That's really where these things can shine. Is just poking down units that your opponent isn't really paying attention to and microing around. Warzag needs to be just hiding behind the pillar here. Silostra looking to get up on the point. Deckhand mobs moving in. Slowly but surely creeping forward. Some Mournguls coming out in the back there. We've got 1 Rotting Promethean available. The standard Rotting Prometheans are alright, but I really recommend bringing the 1200 gold variant of Rotting Prometheans that have the shotgun mobs on the back. Because the shotguns actually do a ton of damage, despite only having 12 models. I think they've got 2 guys sitting on the back of each of the crabs for the slightly more expensive variant. You can hear them clicking those disgusting little claws together. And that would give you a very tanky unit that has some additional utility of just holding big scary stuff in place. You know, the Orc Boarboy Biggins are a reasonably good counter to the Rotting Prometheans. It's still fairly effective to have these guys take fights against Orc Boys, though, because they've got such good melee defense. 48 is good enough that the Orc Boarboy Biggins aren't going to be doing, like, max damage even with their bonus versus large, unless they're charging into combat. And you can really lock stuff like that down just by throwing bodies into cavalry units as undead factions. Scurvy Dogs moving around the flanks, Orc Airboys poking away at the deckhand mobs. You know, pretty good use of their time and ammunition for the most part. This Orc Airboy getting shot up a little bit. Good Brain Burst doing some reasonable damage to the pistol mobs. Probably who need to be targeted next, although Orc Boys are close enough they could just get in here and start ripping these guys apart, because pistol mobs have awful, awful stats. And, you know, deckhand mobs aren't too much better, but it's a little bit of an improvement over the really weak performance that gunnery mobs offer in melee, because these guys at least have more HP, and that slight increase on the melee defense can help them against other chaff infantry pretty nicely. Bombs coming down, though, is going to clear out a lot of the Greenskin units very quickly. These things are so devastating. They don't have a lot of ammo, but they really don't need that much to get their value back. You can see they've already gotten about half in, while still having a reasonable number of volleys left. Feral Wyvern moving in, trying to land on the bomber mobs right now. You've got Snotly Pump Wagons being taken apart on the #1 objective and in the back line here. So Pump Wagons are really strong. You probably don't need to be throwing them in quite like this, though. You have a ranged advantage, believe it or not. Jaden really is hamstringing themselves right now by trying to grind through the front of the deckhand mobs, while all of the bombers are able to get just huge, huge volleys off, man. You don't want to send any unarmored infantry into a fight as long as gunnery mob bombers are behind the front line. You need to lock these guys down and disrupt them before you take engagements. How you could do that here is just use your airboys to shoot them to pieces before you send any infantry in. You can poke your opponent's deckhand mobs beforehand with the airboys, weaken them a decent amount, your opponent's probably going to get a little antsy, and start sending forward either the gunnery mobs or the bombers. Whichever comes first, you start focusing them down, and you want to just make sure that all of your airboys are focusing the same target. Because with their good weapon strength, they'll be able to kill them in just like 1 or 2 volleys at the most. Like, I'm pretty sure if you focused all 4 of these airboys right now onto one of these gunnery mobs, 1 volley from each of these guys would kill the entire unit. And if not, it would leave them so tattered that you could then engage them with your own infantry and kill them in just a couple seconds. Not ruinous casualties, but losing the entire right side of your formation is really brutal. And the thing about attacking really defensive formations like this is, since zombies are so slow and mediocre in combat, you can use the terrain, you can use your superior speed to overload the flanks of the defensive formation and, like, just poke down one side, while the other side you just throw forces in to kind of delay. You don't need to be pushing over here as well. You want to try and, like, work down units one at a time, typically. If you just YOLO into stuff like this, that's really where you start to run into problems. Because then you've got units that are unsupported, you got stuff that ends up routing because of Solastra rampaging around on the giant crab, scaring the hell out of all these, you know, low leadership orc units. Orc boys have reasonable leadership, but they're not ITP. I know it says they are right now, that's because of the wall. But without that, They get scared from all the undead units that are out on the field. You know, they lose a bunch of leadership at base anyways. And they just don't want to be in a position where they start seeing a whole bunch of forces routing next to them, because then their leadership is even lower from that happening, and then they can just get run down and torn to pieces. Jaden's doing a reasonably good job of keeping the value even. I don't know how far that's going to get them, though. These Mournguls did get taken out by the Biggins. You got the Rotting Prometheans moving over. Gunnery mobs with the pistols poking away at these Biggins, while the Mournguls have just held the line for a little bit. Kept it fairly even. And, you know, the objective is very close to flipping here. I think, though, just, yeah, with the good focus fire and the Rotting Prometheans sitting up on this point, you do get a hold here. And the Feral Wyverns... Oh, that's not the Feral Wyvern. Oh, here's the Feral Wyvern. Feral Wyvern wouldn't be able to affect that since it's a flying unit, but there's a Deathshriek Terrorgeist on the field, which is kind of cool. Not a super common sighting, in my experience, for the Vampire Coast, but a reasonably good anti-large duelist isn't really a bad idea to have out on the field. And just another terror-causing unit. It'd be pretty strong at pressuring down Warzag right now. The Orcs are just very off balance currently. They've got a lot of units that are fairly beat up, and they just keep losing stuff, and they can't concentrate any one area of the battlefield. They do have a little bit of pressure over here that might go fairly well for them. Orc boys don't need to attack this gunnery mob. They should be maneuvering around and trying to help out the Wyvern here. And then, yeah, the Air boys, they can poke that down, and then the Air boys can come in and shoot down the animated Hulksnecks, which have very light armor. Another really good target for the Air boys. And the Greenskins missiles just weren't used effectively enough. Not to say that they haven't done respectable damage. They needed to be doing a lot more heavy lifting in the early game. They needed to be used aggressively to try and force the vampire counts forward. Because, yeah, you're getting shot at by a Carronade, and that can be a little annoying. It's gotten 1,000 value. But it's taken, you know, a full 8 minutes for it to get there. And single artillery pieces are usually easy enough to ignore. They will get their value back, but it's a big gold investment. You gotta protect them. You can just threaten dives and draw your opponent's, like, forces in, and then you can, like, maneuver elsewhere. There's lots of stuff you can do to, like, really keep your opponent from maximizing the effect of these artillery pieces, even if they're trading fairly efficiently. And I think bringing the Feral Wyvern out is one of the big issues that Jaden's running into. I think the reason that the Feral Wyvern was brought here was to try and fight Luther Harkin, potentially, and I think that's a big mistake, because Luther is impossible to kill with just like even one or two decently strong flyers, and the Feral Wyvern is just not that at all. It's a hit-and-run monster. It's good in a couple of matchups. I wouldn't say that this is one of them, though. You're kind of hamstringing yourself by bringing a 1,300 gold SE that isn't going to get any effect out of the terror that it can cause. And there's just so much range for the Vampire Coast that can poke this thing down. That's another big risk of bringing it. Getting a nice buff from Fist of Gork, and Solastra is getting pretty low. She has taken a lot of damage. It's just a shame that the Air Boys, man, having taken so much damage, aren't quite able to finish her off in a little bit more timely fashion. She's gotten 1,500 value. She should probably start pulling back a little bit. She's got a big second wave of forces moving in for the Vampire Coast right now. Should be more than enough to, like, lock down the number 2 objective, and getting just, like, a couple of units moving up onto the number 1 can also work out really nicely for you. I don't really know where all the Scurvy Dogs went. I think they did dive into the back line here, and that's why some of the Air Boys took so much damage. Which is a fairly good idea. Yeah, they got some respectable value already, so I would guess that's what happened. And, you know, these cost 500 gold, but down trading only about 200 isn't the worst thing in the world. Hounds can be very effective. It's just typically the undead versions that do the best because they don't just rout the second they get into a bad fight. You can see over here they're getting absolutely folded up by the Chariots and the Boarboy Biggins. And the Greenskins might be able to take the number 1, but they're down in tickets by a substantial margin right now. Terrorgeist hasn't been super impactful. Is landing on Wurzag now, and Wurzag's very caught out right now. He's going to get his speed debuffed as soon as he gets hit, thanks to the poison that the Wyvern has, but pulling him through the Orc Airboys right now and sending the Squig Herd in with their decent mass, probably going to stop the Death Shriek from not only killing Wurzag, but even keep it from getting off the ground. It did get a substantial mass increase recently, but 3,500 with all of the Squig Herd models with 800 mass, you can see how hard it is for it to push through right now. Flappa's coming in, throwing their little stink bombs. They got these nasty little like spore pouches they throw as well. They can do some pretty decent damage with the ammunition alone. Really do need to be in melee combat though to really shine. Savage Orcs taking fights in the front line. Silostra still being poked away at. And just persevering through it all, man. Super frustrating to try and take her down, man. She's got 1,800. She gets a really timely rout on these Savage Orcs. Squig Herd's also running. Animated Hulk's holding in, and the Sirens getting into the backfield now. Should be able to shut down both of these Airboys. And that's really the last option available for the Greenskins against Silostra. She's got 1,100 HP. She may start crumbling out here, but I think it's too little too late. Even if you do kill Silostra, you do get back-capped by the Scurvy Dogs, trading out evenly for the number 1. The Orc Boarboys, once they move off here, you can just get a Scurvy Dog out to retake this. Hamp has done a really good job of playing defensively and then alternating between defensive play and aggression, and has slowly just been like pushing the front line farther and farther out from the number 2 objective. You know, got a little bit of a leg up early, has done some pretty respectable damage to a lot of the targets on the field, isn't over-focusing, trying to snipe out the Greenskins Lord. And just using Silostra as a big centerpiece really nicely. Keeping her active, getting lots of value from the Tide Calls that I've been seeing going down. The Ghosts of the Past, they weren't like, it wasn't the best summon out of them I've ever seen, but they did keep a lot of forces occupied on this side while the Vampire Coast just cleaned up the other side of the formation that they were struggling on. Really not too many notes for the Vampire Coast. They did what they were supposed to do. They did it really well. They didn't overextend at any point. And they did a very good job of keeping their forces combined for the most part. There were a few sketchy moments on the number 1 objective. But, you know, traded like fairly well over out on that flank. Enough to get a decisive victory in the middle, which was way more important. And the Greenskins, you can see, just didn't have any decent trades that game. Not even the Airboys. One of them managed to uptrade, but these guys have to put in a ton of work in this matchup, dude. Arrows versus the Vampire Coast is super important because they wreck everything that's lightly armored on the Vampire Coast roster, which is the majority of their forces. The only armored units they have that they'll bring out regularly is Rotting Prometheans and Depth Guard. Everything else has sub 50 armor, which is just like beautiful shooting for these guys. So maximizing the value on the bow line is really where Jaden needed to like shine, and using the infantry more defensively would give you a much better time grinding into the undead. I like the Savage Orcs. The issue was when they came out in the mid-game, they were just being forced up into bad fights. The Orc Boarboy Biggins did okay. Flappas, they came in multiple times and didn't get much done. Squig Herds, not very good in this matchup. Feral Wyvern, also not very good. I would get rid of these guys in the reinforcement pool. And probably just bring a few more bows, honestly. You could bring some Savage Orc Error Boys if you really want to. And kind of push them up as your first couple of summons to give you that extra bit of firepower to maybe pull the Undead out of position. Because the Undead didn't have any long-range shooting here. They had nothing to stop Error Boys from just sitting back and poking away. And punishing Silostra if she comes up to cast magic, or any overextending animated Hulks, Morn Ghouls, Scurvy Dogs, or infantry. And again, killing bomber mobs before you engage is super important, because Vampire Coasts fall apart if you get mass surrounds and engages early, where you take all their shooting offline and then leave their deckhand mobs to try and grind out value in melee combat, where deckhand mobs are just not able to do that. They're garbage. They're there to roadblock, and the orcs kind of played right into them. These are some other random games that I've had sent to me or just grabbed from other places. Nurgle versus Ogre Kingdoms here. I was surprised to see that the Nurgle matchup into the Ogre Kingdoms doesn't really look all that terrible. It's not great, but certainly better than some of the other factions that you would expect to do reasonably well into the Ogre Kingdoms. I think a lot of that has to do with the solid healing that Nurgle's got access to. Tamarkon, also a very good lord into these guys, like custom built for beating up on them. And you got the Plague Ogres as well, who have just big AP values and a good HP pool to be able to like rip apart stuff like Stonehorns and even other Ogre Bull units.
Remember, a festering wound is as valuable to father as a fresh corpse.
Beautiful. What a great speech, man. Short, sweet, very hype. A lot of Gnoblar Trappers. I honestly think Gnoblar Trappers... so there's two ways to go with your range as the Ogre Kingdoms. There's Gnoblar Trappers who are a little closer range, do a little bit more damage, and also have Vanguard deployment. They do cost 200 gold more, though, than Gnoblar Flingers. Gnoblar Flingers have a ton more ammunition, but way worse damage output. Also, I think have worse leadership. Don't quote me on that, though. It might be the exact same. But they're 300 gold, and they don't have Vanguard deployment, so oftentimes you'll see people bring Gnoblar Trappers if they want objectives early, and I think against Nurgle that's a really good idea. And another thing is that Nurgle doesn't have a lot of long-range poke, right? So if Nurgle brings a bunch of Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes, the Gnoblar Trappers have equal range and are a little bit more accurate and can do really respectable damage to those guys. And having the Stalk, they can usually sneak up before your opponent can react and really hammer them down. 2 Stonehorns for Smoky Loco here. Going to be trying to use those to beat down the Forsaken, but needs to be very careful not to get trapped up by the Plague Ogres, who will just rip these things apart at the seams. Chaos Furies riding around. They do get a good spot off on the Gnoblar Trappers, and Broccoli actually taking a very aggressive dive here, but does jump right back up in the air, so the Stonehorns not going to get a ton of damage done here. Furies get folded up by single entities that get charge attacks off just because the models are individually very low HP. Pretty squishy as well on the melee defense, obviously. Using the Furies to rear charge the Pigback Riders and the Piggyback Knights is really where the focus should be. They could also fly back here and occupy the Man-Eater Great Weapons for a little while. That wouldn't be a terrible position for them to be in. Smoky Loco's got way too many Gnoblars just sitting on the #1 objective right now. You do need some defense back here, but I would much rather see just one Gnoblar Trapper and then a Ogre Bull together, just holding on the #1. Because the Ogre Bulls have better cap weight, allocating 1,500 gold of expendable cap weight back here is not a good idea. These guys barely outcap one Nurgling. They'll massacre this Nurgling unit if it moves in. Honestly, I would just keep it in the trees and then push up another one. Then you can take a decent fight here and maybe use a Fury to rear charge back there and do good damage. And you probably will win in the front line here. Two of the Forsaken have gotten some pretty good engagements, and the Pigback Knights have just gotten ripped to shreds. Furies and Forsaken, more than a match for those guys. One Forsaken getting annihilated on the other side of the field, though, by the Stonehorn. But they do have ITP, so no terror routes on them. They'll be fighting and getting as much value as they possibly can here. Which, granted, isn't going to be a ton, but is going to be enough to maybe keep things respectably even for Nurgle to really get an overwhelming advantage once they grind through all of the Trash House infantry, who are all really struggling. You can see a lot of Pigback Riders running now. The leadership nerf to the Pigback Riders was super important and very much needed. They were way too tanky before. Now they're in a very, very balanced state, I would say, even with their funky animations, since they don't like get knocked over or anything. They do take some pretty horrendous damage against good counters. Fury going down, but I think that Broccoli's going to start running away with this game. You can see the Maneater Great Weapons just get absolutely annihilated in here. A lot of high DPS units on top of them. These Forsaken get a good engagement. The Fury's got a good engage against them. One Fury crumbles out, but the other is reasonably healthy and should be able to chase down this Pigback Rider and then go after this Gnoblar Trapper. And yeah, Smoky Loco losing all of the Gnoblars and is leaving the back point completely open to that Nurgling now. And the Stonehorns alone are just not going to be able to carry this because the Plague Ogres by themselves, with Tamarkon's support, would be able to control these things and keep this middle objective very secure. And I think the Ogre Kingdoms are just way too far behind at this point, man. They just haven't had any success anywhere on the battlefield up to this point. They didn't really get any shots off of the Gnoblar Trappers. This is why the Trappers need to be up here, too. So the Pigback Riders, you could even leave a Pigback Rider back here with a Ogre Bull. And the Gnoblar Trappers, what you do with them is you just overlap the fire and just poke down the Forsaken, with the Stonehorns punishing any Forsaken that are trying to like get on top of the Gnoblar Trappers. And you can pull your opponent farther off the point and give yourself more time to bring out strong units that can then help keep the Gnoblar shooting protected. The Ogre Kingdoms just had a pretty small and elite force to open up and got overwhelmed by a much more balanced Nurgle build. And yeah, Golg over here getting attacked by the Chaos Sorcerer who's on the Rot Beast, respectable melee fighter with good AP values. And Golg trying to escape right now. The Plague Ogre's just beating his ass. And the other Plague Ogre here, how much value do they have? 1,400, beautiful stuff. They got a lot left to give. There are some Flingers coming up. There's some Boglars and the Mad Marsh on the field now. Finally getting some good shots off there. You can see how quickly Gnoblar Trappers can rack up value with those little throwing stars. I mean, it's not tremendous per shot, but they've got enough ammo and they don't cost that much, which is really where their effectiveness comes into play. A little bit more mass with just bring one Stonehorn and bring some Ogre Bull dual weapons, and I think the Ogre Kingdoms would have been okay. Because Ogre Bull dual weapons versus Forsaken, as long as they're stacked on top of the Pigback Riders, very, very cost-effective win for the Ogres. And then you can use the Stonehorn to just like rampage around and run over anything else. You can bring up the Maneater Great Weapon and try to get them into a better fight against the Plague Ogres, and then you got your Gnoblars, who are hopefully a little bit better defended, to then counterfire against the really expensive, but really low armor Great Weapon Ogres that Nurgle's got access to. Nurgling occupying this Gnoblar Trapper for ages over here. 350 gold unit on top of a 500 gold one, and honestly trading out fairly well. Stonehorn dead, Golg 400 HP. Healer finally comes in a little too late. I do like Golg. I don't know if Nurgle is a great matchup for him, though. Because he's an anti-infantry fighter, right? And why wouldn't Nurgle bring Tamarkand? You know, you're bringing somebody who's custom built for these kind of scenarios. Good anti-large bonus. Good melee attack even when he's tired. Enough weapon strength to smack anything that the ogres have access to. You really need to be banking up on that. I like the I like Golg, but I think he's better against somebody like Khorne or not Slaanesh. Nor Tzeentch. I don't know, man. Khorne is probably the only Chaos matchup where Golg would be really high quality and do a lot of work. Typically speaking, you just want a Slaughtermaster because they've got Troll Guts, they can bring any other spell that you might want to play around with and do fairly effective damage with, and they have a lot of defensive abilities to keep themselves healthy. They've got Blood Gruul, which is a nice passive heal whenever they cast, so, you know, you can bring, like, Bullgorger or something to proc that on cooldown, and then utilize the Bloody Cleaver that they've got access to, which gives them another 0.1 per second heal as long as they're in combat. And they have extra ingredients, which can give them a lot of extra winds of magic if you can use that repeatedly. They are a little vulnerable, and Tamarkand would be very effective, but you'd be bundling your magic and a decent fighting lord into one package, which is going to be a lot more cost-effective. Because gold does cost a pretty penny. And that extra money could have been spent on more Gnoblar Flingers, and then cutting that other Stonehorn and getting some Ogre Bulls for mass. I think would be a nice wide Ogre Kingdoms build that would do really well here. No Lead Belchers. I'm trying to not criticize that decision. Lead Belchers are amazing. I don't think anybody is unfamiliar with just how strong they are. They just rack anything that they get to shoot at for any extended amount of time. They're especially good against infantry. But you can definitely win without Lead Belchers as the Ogre Kingdoms. You just need to play a little bit more defensively. And keep your formation much more together, man. Having those 3 Gnoblar Trappers off to the side when the opening fight took place and not having any way to punish the Plague Ogres at range was just not great. Not something you're going to get away with against a good player like Broccoli. It might work against less experienced people, but definitely not going to be the winning strategy against a majority of people. What's going on? Absolutely. I love casting the replays. Yeah, Ogres really struggle against Furies. That's why the Blood Vultures are there. Blood Vultures, if they get counter charges on Furies, they win those engagements. In a one-on-one, a Fury will beat a Blood Vulture, though, and we saw a lot of that up in the sky. The Blood Vultures just weren't able to win the head-to-head. And Broccoli just got to really farm value. This is a really small Nurgle build, though. A really wide, well-executed Ogre Kingdoms build will absolutely beat this Ogre Kingdoms build. Or beat this Nurgle build, I should say. Wide Kingdoms versus Elite builds is fairly effective, man. I mean, Ogre Kingdoms have a really good win rate for a reason. They just can be a little tricky to, like, really learn and lock down because, you know, they've got a lot of low-quality, squishy units backed up by really, really elite stuff that needs a lot of good micro and attention. Smokey will get there, though. Smokey is a really good Dowie player, who I think are way more difficult to play than Ogre Kingdoms. So, just a little bit of time with the faction. I'm sure Smokey will get there. Any suggestions for newish player playing Wood Elves? You know, I can come over here and just show you a nice, well-rounded Wood Elf build. So typically, as a newish player, I would recommend just trying to learn some Drycha builds. She's very cost-effective. You can bring her on the cheap. You bring Melkoths, and then you don't really need Enfeebling Foe. Pit of Shades is nice to have in the back pocket to punish any blobs of expensive infantry. Melkoths is very good for wearing out enemy cavalry and for just casting to also nail infantry. She's 1,500 gold, not that expensive, and you just run her around and keep her alive, and she'll be a nightmare just casting the magic. And she's got this ability, Fanatical Resolve, which is nice, where if she does get attacked and she survives, she's going to have really nice buffs to everything around her. And you can just bring like tons of Dryads with some Eternal Guard as well. Glade Guard, a couple of Swift Shiver Shards can be really nice. You got 1,100 gold to work with. You can bring one Wild Rider to open up as well. These guys are really good for attacking your opponent aggressively or for sweeping your own backline and protecting your units. Wood Elves, you just need to be very careful not to overextend individual units because the armor is so low, they'll get wrecked if they get caught out. So generally speaking, as a newer player, you want to just bring something nice and balanced and use your missiles to try and force your opponents forward and engage you on your own ground in terms. Glade Riders can be another good unit for the opening. You bring like one with the poison arrows, and you can bring like another one or two, depending on how many bow cavalry you want. To support that. The poison guys just slow down pursuers while the other Glade Riders can poke whatever else they see. They've got really good range. They're the highest range skirmish cav in the game, I think, also. Even other high-quality variants only have 140 range, if I'm not mistaken. Where's Kislev? Yeah, Kislev Horse Archers have 140. High Elves, I think, are also 140. Yep. So you got a nice little advantage, even in matchups against other skirmish cav factions. And you can just, like, poke your opponent and get them all hot and bothered. And then pull them back to your main formation if you need to. And punish with the Wild Riders in reserve. I swear by Wild Riders, they're crazy effective. They're such a good unit. Bringing lots of cav isn't a bad idea. Wraiths of the Frozen Heart are a really good reserve unit because they've got Vanguard deploy. They're fast with 43 speed. And they've got an insane set of stacking speed debuffs, Frostbite and the Chilling Aura. If they catch any infantry, even cavalry can struggle to get away from these guys. Really nice to have. And they've got ITP built in that... Or actually, Dryads also have ITP, so never mind, but, you know, a little more leadership and better stats so they can really clear stuff out nicely. Wildwood Rangers, if you need any answers for AP infantry. You can do Waystalkers with Arrow of Kurnus as well, because Arrow of Kurnus is really good against single entities, and with good side shots, it can do a lot of damage to infantry. So, and then you can have 2,300 to just kind of play around with units. Be flexible with the Wood Elves and just try stuff out. That's just like a base build. Always shield on Lance. Bring the shields if you can for the Wild Riders. Because they actually get a decent amount of melee defense. And then it's a silver shield. So if they're getting shot at from the front, they're actually blocking a lot of ammo, and it does really help their survivability, in my experience. It's not that much of an investment over a standard variant, but once you really get micro down, and you're a lot more well-rounded as a player, then you can just you can save the 100 gold and bring the regular Wild Riders, because you'll know when and where to take fights a little bit more, and then you'll be able to cycle charge more efficiently, and that's where these guys with the 100 gold off over the more expensive shielded variant can really shine that little bit more and allow you to fit in maybe like one extra unit into your build, or upgrade something else along the way. You can also do spell weavers with whatever lore of magic your heart desires. All of the lores of magic outside of dark magic for the wood elves is pretty strong. Beasts and life are the most powerful options, but shadows and high magic also have their time and place. You know, high magic is Apotheosis and Tempest, as well as Soul Quench, which can do some pretty good work in some matchups. So there's a little bit to play around with. And you want to just try and keep your lords nice and cheap. That way you can bring more of the width and the really high quality Wood Elf DPS. Especially their range units. Way Watchers are really, if you want to go for a snipe build with Way Watchers, you want to bring a Glade Lord with Prey of Anathrema, an Arrow of Kurnus. She snares a really expensive target with this, and then you use the Way Watchers to punish that. It's a really good combo. It's pretty easy to execute. That's another good playstyle for beginners. Get rid of this one. Yeah, High Elf Mirror Match coming in. You're super welcome. Absolutely. But again, don't just play builds that you see other people bring. Experiment yourself and find your own playstyle. Because Domination Mode's very flexible with builds. Just because you have access to reinforcements, you can play around a lot with a lot of different units. Conquest and land battles are really fun, but they are a little bit more limited when it comes to unit selection. There are definitely units in Domination Mode that are kind of bad, but generally speaking, I find it to be an environment where there's a matchup for every unit in the game to, like, if not shine in, at least do respectable work through. So let's get in here. We got Teclis on both sides of the mirror here, but fairly different magic options, and then we've got very, very different builds here. Tyrande is bringing Mass Silverin Guards with 2 Shadow Walkers and the Fireborn in the opening to back them up, and 1 Illyrian Reaver Archer. Just to kind of poke away at things and, you know, maybe act as a little bit of mass in a pinch if something scary is trying to attack vulnerable targets. Fireborn of the Hammer. Silverins, the Anvil. And the Shadow Walkers are really tricky, man. You know, they've got pretty limited number of models, but they hit really hard. They got a lot of ammunition, and once they run out of ammo, as long as they're not too low on HP, they actually can get in and do a pretty good job of clearing up enemy infantry. Because they got pretty respectable melee attack and melee defense. Generally speaking, though, you just want to use them to fire all their ammunition off first. They're very accurate, and the poison is really nice also. And they do have Stalk with 180 range, so they can take engagements on their own terms at all times, pretty much. They do need to be careful of the of mass archer fire, though.
Keep it from the foe.
So the way that Pop Flux wins this is by pushing forward, you know, the Rangers and the Spearmen and the Archers just staying up behind these guys. And when the Shadow Walkers open up, hopefully Pop Flux is quick enough to be able to push the Archers forward and just get big volleys off on the Shadow Walkers. Because the range is, you know, even between the two. And if the Archers get 2 solid volleys off on Shadow Walkers, it's 1,000 gold unit over there for Tyrande. If they're getting hammered down by, you know, 450 gold Archers, not a good trade. The Shadow Walkers win by being able to poke down the Moondragon, as well as getting rid of these Rangers early. And then the Silverin Guard can beat the Spearmen, just grinding into them, while the Fireborn and the Illyrian Reaver Archers can get the dives off. Teclis has nets also, which can be really good for locking down stuff trying to dive the Shadow Walkers. I do kind of like the choice of magic there. We do have Regrowth and Flock of Doom on the other side, with the Bound Fiery Convocation to potentially help clear out the Silverins. They do have some spell resist, but Fiery Convocation does a lot of damage. I mean, 35 all AP. So even with the spell resistance, it's going to do pretty respectable damage to these guys. We'll see how it works out. Oh, and we do have Net of Amantok hiding in there. I don't know why you've got Kindle Flame here. I guess you're trying to combo it with the Bound Fiery Convocations, but I think that's a little bit of a waste of time. I don't know how well it's going to work out. Tyrande got the objective early, which is a really good idea. You do need... Okay, so... if you're going to let your opponent get up on the point, even if you're not planning on taking the frontline engagement, which honestly isn't too risky for Tyrande considering the quality of the front line, at the very least you want your Silverin Guard on the edge of this point, just like on the back. That way you're slowing your opponent's cap down. They have to commit more stuff to just like hold up on this objective. That's going to give your Shadow Walkers more time to like get good volleys off on the Rangers here. Teclis drops a Flock of Doom. Not super efficient. Flock of Doom is not ideal to just, like, pop on infantry. You know? An overcasted version is 12 Winds of Magic. You get double the duration, but it's a 650 gold Ranger. You really want to use Flock of Doom to punish blobs and also hit cavalry, which is where it can do much better work. Kiting back with the Shadow Walkers and the Silverin Guards moving in. Silverin Guard not getting the benefit of their expert charge defense here because they're moving. It's very important to know what kind of charge defense your units have. Like, the Silverin Guard didn't need to move into combat like that. They could have been sitting on the edge of the point here. And if your opponent charges in with the Rangers are actually going to do more damage to themselves on the charge, because these guys have charge reflection stacking up with the expert charge defense, which means that they, as well as like giving damage reflection back to cavalry, they also do it to infantry, and 20 charge bonus on infantry, it's actually fairly high, so the Silverin Guard could actually get a nice little leg up just from that particular like tech coming into play for them. Shadow Walkers doing a little poke, firing in at the Moondragon, not being dodged, and yeah, they don't have a lot of AP band, but look how accurate they are. Getting a good chunk of damage off of that very expensive monster, and the Fireborn moving up, don't charge those Spearmen, dude, don't do it. Just ignore them. Maneuver around right now. There's no cavalry on the field for Pop Flux right now. If you use the Fireborn just to flank here and hit the Archers, yeah, the Moondragon has an opportunity to drop breath attacks or charge in. But you got all of these Archers just wide open for serious damage that you can then follow up with your Shadow Walkers, who can get some volleys off while the Archers are a little bit more occupied and a little less likely to hard punish you. 2 more Shadow Walkers come up as the summons for Tyrande. Okay, rear charging the Rangers, which is a really good idea. Now the Silverins are unoccupied, and they can be the ones to push the Archers back here. Illyrian Reaver archers need to get into melee here just while these dudes are open. The longer you leave the archer corps to fire, the more value Pop Flux is gonna get from these guys and potentially get a leg up on you. The archers, unfortunately, are not being used on the most effective targets. Like, ignore the Fireborn and the Silverins as much as possible right now and hit the Shadow Walkers. Do get a net on the Illyrian Reaver archers. We got the Fireborn coming in. We got War Lions. War Lions and the Fireborn are going to be very nice for hammering down the Illyrian Reavers here. Moondragon is in a pretty good fight. Archers getting some really good shots on the Shadow Walkers now. Really good choice of target. The Spearmen unbrace and actually do get knocked back a little bit by the Fireborn, who then turn and hit the Archers. Doing really effective damage to those guys. Teclis here already used his net on the Illyrian Reavers. It's going to be another few seconds before he's able to cast another one. Do need to be careful so that the Fireborn on your opponent's side of things doesn't get a really good engagement against you. You're going to need that really heavy AP just to hammer these guys down. You don't want to let them get into the backfield and nail your Shadow Walkers. Lots of models left on those guys. They're going to be left to their own devices here in a moment. Really good focus fire onto the War Lions, who will just get absolutely canned here. But here's something that you really need to keep in mind. Tyrion needs to get the spacing better down pat for his ranged units. They're way too blobbed up over here. This is a very easy mistake to make. I make it all the time myself. I don't play ranged factions all that much. But one of the most important things you can do for yourself to give yourself the absolute maximum amount of firepower on target and prevent situations like this from happening where these War Lions are going to shut down 3 units at once. The Shadow Walkers, you can see one is positioned really well here away from the others. The other 2 Shadow Walkers can be here, and then you can have 3 Shadow Walkers to still be online and firing in against the War Lions as they charge one of the Shadow Walkers down. And you can kill one of them and then probably have enough time to focus down the other. We do get a net of Ammontok coming in, so we do get a net here. 20 seconds on that. Shadow Walkers, though, not able to focus fire because of this one War Lion actually getting into combat here. Silver Helms are coming in, should be able to help peel. Taking a lot of unnecessary damage, though. Pop Flux doing a good job of exploiting that vulnerability there. This is where the Flocks of Doom are going to be a lot more effective. They're hitting the Silver Helms, who, the reason why Cavalry are such a good target for Flock of Doom is they've got fewer models than Infantry. Infantry have a lot more HP, while Cavalry have, pretty limited amount. It's just that much more effective hitting these guys, because they're higher value, lower HP pool, fewer models, weakening more individual units overall than if you're just popping it on frontline units. If you want to use it on infantry need to be blobbed up and you need to get maximum numbers into the radius. If you're using it on cav, it just needs to be overcast and also on something that's more expensive than 600 gold. And Silver Helm is 900. Pretty perfect target for a Flock of Doom there. Fireborn trying to pull out of combat. Pop Flux is Fireborn in a pretty risky position right now. And Tyrande is doing a little bit of a better job of punishing there, but a really good breath attack from the Moondragon. I think maybe being targeted on Teclis, though. Yeah, trying to snipe Teclis out here. Poor little guy getting punted by the dragon, and actually potentially going to tear out here. He's not ITP or anything. He's also on foot, so he's extra vulnerable right now. Oh, and the Shadow Walker's wide open to the Fireborn lancing down the hill here. Brutal damage coming in on those guys. Not going to be long for this world if the pressure from the Fireborn is kept up there. And yeah, 2 Shadow Walkers go down to the War Lion, man. Beautiful punish from Pop Flux, who really got in here and punished the backline way better than Tyrande did. It's not over for either of these players for sure, but Pop Flux is, I would say, in a little bit of a stronger position. having killed the Shadow Walkers. And while the Fireborn have done well for Tyrande, and they have killed the Moondragon, you know, got, like, respectable damage, has kept these guys occupied. And all you need right now to ice this game out for Popflux is get your Fireborn out of this fight against the Silverhelms and come finish off these Fireborn here. Keepers of the Flame moving up. They'll be a little annoying to deal with, but just mass numbers, surrounds on those guys might be able to do it. Silverhelms cleaning up the archers. There's no shooting whatsoever for Tyrande now, or for Popflux now, which is a little hazardous. Teclis going down for Tyrande. Teclis on the other side, pretty healthy. Hopefully has a regrowth, man. God, this Moondragon, really low, 45 HP. I don't think it rallies. It'd be so nice to have gotten a regrowth off on that thing. A little bit more focus on healing up the big single entity would be nice. Other than that, though, pretty patient play has gotten a lot of work in. And down goes the last piece of mobility for Tyrande, pretty much. There is one Silverhelm back here. I don't know how well they're going to be able to do here, though. If they were to kill Teclis, though, that might be a way for Tyrande to get back in this thing. His evil Teclis, I guess, it's actually rallied in here. I would be trying to get him out and just, like, hide him somewhere so he doesn't get sniped out. And there we go. The Moondragon actually did rally and gets a upgraded regrowth on it. It's going to get up to about 2,500 or even more. Damn, I forget how effective this is. Oh, because it's got the upgraded amount of healing from Greater Arcane Conduit. It's going to get up over 3,000 HP. Does it have a breath attack? Yes, it does. So you should stay back. I know you want to save Teclis, but you would do a better job of it by getting this dragon up in the air, having it about here, and getting a breath attack on the blobbed up cav. Because blobbed up cavalry are a really good target for breath attacks from dragons. They do insane cleaving damage, and it'll just hit the entire Silverhelm unit. That's super tightly bunched up right now. We do get the Fiery Convocation, which also does some good damage. And Teclis does squeak away, and there is a Netta Ammontok also on this. So I guess saving the breath attack isn't a bad idea. You got two of them. It will be pretty important for hammering down the Keepers of the Flame.
The enemy has slain our lord.
Teclis overcasts and kills himself. The Illyrian Reavers being pushed back here. We got some Rangers that crept up through the forest onto the #1 objective. And then some assistance from some mobility. Illyrian Reaver Archers, the remaining Fireborn, as well as the War Lions are able to push back the cavalry here. We had a fresh summon of the Illyrian Reaver Archers, and then the last of the Fireborn defying all expectations and getting back into that fight. Shadow Walkers got their value back. You know, 1,100 value is pretty respectable. How did the other ones do? 700 here. You have to get max value out of your Shadow Walkers, really. And I wouldn't recommend 4 of them. I think that's a little too deep into the Shadow Walker play. 2 is a really good sweet spot, I feel. And Popflux able to push up just, like, big numbers of units. And Tyrande does have a pretty close amount of value on the damage meter here, but a lot of that's tied up in the Moondragon that got a huge heal, which is mitigating a lot of that effective damage. And it's also occupying for a really good rear charge to come in here. War Lions of Trace have gotten some really respectable value, and the Fireborn paying for themselves nicely. These Illyrian Reavers also folding into combat. Should be able to kill the Rangers and maybe give Teclis enough time to drop one last regrowth on the big dragon, which would be so clutch right now. Saving it and then having the breath attacks to the Keepers of the Flame would be great, but Tyrande got a little antsy sending stuff to the back point. Popflux pinballing off of that objective, allowing a recap back here, and then using a Ranger just to attack the Keepers of the Flame in open field and keep them away from the middle fight, honestly is pretty good micro. Really good delaying tactic at the very least. Tyrande does have a big ticket lead, though. Everqueen's Court Guard just sitting back here with the White Lions. It's not quite triple cap territory. I'm pretty sure it's going to be razor close, but I'm pretty sure Pop Flux is okay just to hold the middle here. I would be looking to try and clean up on this point, though, and still have something go to the back objective. Yeah, one Ranger going over there. Come on, you gotta move these. You can't just forget about expensive units like this. These are two very, very high-quality, expensive units to be leaving off of the middle objective right now. They'd be doing big work for you right now. Beautiful Fiery Convocation on a very expensive Swordmaster of Hoeth unit. Great punish on those guys. Silverhelm's hanging in here, but the Rangers are gonna go down in a moment. The Keepers of the Flame are going to be able to grind through a bunch of Rangers here, if given an opportunity. Beautiful breath attack, though. There we go. That's how you use them, dude. Oh, my goodness. So the Moondragon almost paid for itself now. It's got one more in the bank. I still think Keepers of the Flame are a priority target for that last one. Teclis came back up for Tyrande. More Shadow Walkers coming up. Pop Flux is losing focus a little bit, I think. You know, that's one of the hazards of domination mode, is games can go really long, and you know, maybe get a little too comfortable, you know, getting a value lead or something, you lose track of time and what's going on. But really long games like this are a great way to, like, train up your attention to detail. Because in domination mode, the games can go on forever. Like, if there weren't objectives on the field, you could very feasibly have a game that could go like 30 minutes if it were just trying to like table your opponent. It's very difficult to do that. Yeah, the Keepers are just beating up on the Rangers here. Rangers being thrown into these guys and keeping them off the point's great, but you've got to have some kind of answer for them. They can't just sit and continue to grind out value against your Rangers all game. We do get the War Lions on top of the Shadow Walkers again. Brutal, brutal loss for Tyrande at this stage of the game. Good shots on the Everqueen's Court Guard. They are being kept very close to their supporting infantry, which is a pretty good idea, because it makes it a little bit more difficult to like maneuver around to surround these guys and isolate them. Pop Flux has a ton of supplies. Really need the units in here, man, because you're cutting it real close. You got 3,000 supplies. You need something for the back objective. Tyrande's going for a back cap as well. Pop Flux has got to hold all the points. Cannot afford to lose any objective for any amount of time, really. You can't let your opponent get any more tickets on you right now. Is going to get the triple cap, and I think we'll be okay as a result of that. Heralds of the Wind over here. Actually killing Teclis. The first time I've ever seen the Heralds of the Wind find a fight where they're actually going to be able to grind out a bunch of value in melee. Just because Teclis is a pretty poor combatant. He's very weak in melee. Doesn't have a lot of health. He's stuck on foot. He's not escaping from that anytime soon. He doesn't have any way to punish those guys either. Oh man, a bunch of spears and White Lions trotting out. It's going to take him ages to get up to the point. We do get the triple cap, though. Just a few more seconds of holding that, and I think losing this number 3 will be okay. It'd just be nice to see a cavalry unit or something coming out here. And there's something that you can do, right? You know, I'm willing to bet that Pop Flux summoned these infantry out, maybe to defend the back objective, but you can see, even if your opponent summons something with Stalk in, there is a ping that shows up showing that a unit came out onto the battlefield, and you can kind of guess when your back point starts getting taken and you can't see the unit what it's going to be. It's either a Shadow Walker or a Ranger, you know. Either or, cavalry, really good answer for either of those units. Middle objective being held. Everqueen's Court Guard are decent in melee combat. Their armor is pretty weak. But, you know, Illyrian Reaver Archers can't really get great cycle charges off on these guys, and they will be able to beat the Bow Cavalry in melee combat. And the White Lions just hanging out, Keepers of the Flame, you know, they've gotten about 1,000 value, but they've been slowly whittled down here by Pop Flux. Holding on to the number 1, and it's going to be a big dub here. Does lose the point, but it doesn't even matter now. Moondragon comes back out, I guess banking up and saving for that. Not a bad idea. White Lions engaging the Keepers of the Flame here. Pretty well played by both sides. A couple of things that Tyrion needs to do to clean up the micro for some better performance in the future. At least in the mirror match here. I like the Shadow Walkers. They are a really underrated unit, in my experience at least. You can't go that expensive on them. It's a really small army. Going elite as the High Elves does work really well, generally speaking. But you do need a little bit more mobility, I think, to really make this build work. And I think getting rid of these 2 Shadow Walkers, getting a couple more Illyrian Reaver Archers, and then maybe considering a Phoenix of some type would be a really good call. Because you're set on infantry. Definitely don't need any more of that. 2 Shadow Walkers are like reasonably good poke with the addition of some Illyrian Reaver Archers. You should be able to control any big single entities that come out. And poke them down, and then being able to like overwhelm your opponent and protect your own Shadow Walkers from enemy dives will keep you alive for a really long time, and probably be enough to grind out this particular kind of matchup. Teclis really does need to be on a horse. Foot characters, foot casters especially, are really bad. They're very vulnerable. Like, Festus is a little bit of an exception to that rule, just because he has perpetual healing. Teclis does have heals, but they're a lot better if they're used on other targets than himself, so get him on a horse, keep him away from missiles and any enemy combat characters or like cavalry, and you'll do really well. War Lions did great. Fireborn on Pop Flux's side did just that little bit better to give mobility control, and from that point was very active in pushing all 3 objectives and just taking it away at the very end there to ice it out. Need to be a little careful about getting complacent and forgetting about units. Always, always, always be moving your stuff up. And banking supplies isn't a bad idea, but floating 3,000 is risky. You know? I would say that banking up about 2,000 is the maximum amount you should be floating at any one point. Unless you're trying to summon your Lord back in. If your Lord, though, costs 2,000 plus and you're trying to summon them back in, that's almost never going to work for you. Because by the time you get a Lord that is that expensive back out onto the field, your opponent's going to have answers for them, probably. Good stuff from both sides, though. Really close game. Pop Flux just had the slight advantage on the build and a little bit better, like, tactical execution. Tyrion just needs some better magic out of Teclis, and getting him on that mount, like I said, will give him a little bit more opportunity to get into position to actually get those really important nets off, especially if you're going with a really expensive skirmisher unit like the Shadow Walkers in your build. I know that was a really long battle and a really long breakdown, but I think it's really important, especially for the High Elves, because High Elves are a really tough faction to play. They're cool as hell. I love them to death. They're a little on the weaker end currently, and, you know, they're very execution dependent, so I'm trying to give as much advice as possible for people who play them regularly to, you know, come in and be able to perform just that little bit better while they're still learning the faction. Because otherwise, you just keep losing games, and it gets pretty discouraging. Oh, man. Okay, so Tubby coming in here. Dowie versus Tzeentch. This is a pretty favorable Dowie matchup, but Tzeentch does have units that they can use to really, really good effect against the dwarves. But I will say, I'm not seeing any of those units from Mr. Fly right here. Sartorial is fine. He's a perfectly acceptable Lord option. The Marauders and the Zangors are okay. Marauder Horsemen and Changebringers in coming into the Dowie, I think, is a big mistake. When we get in, I'll talk about exactly why and what other unit you should be bringing instead. So Changebringers are a huge glass cannon unit. And they can absolutely carry a game for you. Like, one well-used Changebringer can get you, like, 3,000 plus value without any issue whatsoever. They've got next to no HP, though. They've got very little armor, and they're very short range. 90 range means that any of these Quarrelers and Thunderers are going to be able to easily poke them away from the front line. And being Flyers, they're exceptionally vulnerable to gun units. So the Thunderers will be able to put down big hurt on those guys. Because bow units you can dodge pretty easily with Flyers, but gun units with better missile velocity and really long range, they'll just absolutely ice the Changebringers if they come into range at any point. Sartorial can just drop Searing Doom, really nice. He can even fight Belegar if he needs to. Not the best idea, but, you know, it can work pretty well. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. I do think that Marauder Horsemen can be good against the Dowie. I generally advise against bringing more than 2 of them, though. Tzeentch Horsemen, of all of the variants, I think, are probably the best, and the reason for that, you don't want to use Marauder Horsemen to fire into, like, Dowie infantry, generally speaking, because a lot of them are heavily armored and also shielded. But Marauder Horsemen are really good against Doomseekers and Slayers. And the extra damage that the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch do, while also having an overshield, can be really nice. So, 2 of them in the opening, I would say, is enough. They just, they don't have the range to, like, really take advantage of any of the Dowie units outside of the Miners and the Slayers and Doomseekers, though. So they'll get pushed away from the main formation. They need to be used as battlefield control. Like popping around and poking anything that's like holding on to these contested objectives. Is really what their goal is. Decent volley off there. Doing a little bit of poke to the Miners. Not the most efficient target in the world, but, you know, it's still something. Belegar is moving up. These Rangers should just go for it. I mean, you know, you don't want to get behind too badly as the Dwarves. Capping objectives is really important for them early. Oh, I forgot to mention, yeah, oh, well, we got one anyways. Exalted Flamers are the way to go against the Dowie for Tzeentch. They're also squishy, but they do big damage to infantry. They've got an amazing set of like vortexes that the ammunition throws down. It's very disruptive. It's very high impact, and they got really strong range. 150 meters. So they can poke anything in the front line while staying fairly safe against the Quarreler return fire. Cannons will be a big issue for them, though. But if you're paying attention, cannons have a long reload time, and if you get a good feel for how long it is, you know, every 22 seconds, you can generally dodge with your Exalted Flamers, because 50 speed is enough to be able to, like, wiggle back and forth as cannons are firing to really trip up their accuracy. Poking with the Horsemen, getting in the trees, now that they're taking return fire, and they're just losing shields. So, really good stuff from Mr. Fly so far. I really like it. I'm just worried about the usage on the Changebringers. That's the only thing I'm worried about. This cannon's creeping forward. It's going to open fire on the Changebringers, I would guess. Because it's foregoing firing at the Marauder Horsemen, who are a pretty good target for it. And we do get a good collapse onto the Rangers over here. You know, Rangers are pretty weak in melee combat. And Marauder Horsemen aren't much better, but they are going to get to dictate the flow of that combat by cycle charging here. Ooh, Akron's Miners coming up with the blasting charges, and good response, good reaction there. But the Changebringers do get shot at by the cannon, who, you know, they poke the shields out. I'd love to see the Thunders moved up a little bit more aggressively. We do have a Quarreler in position to open fire on these guys. One shot, or one half volley goes in on the Horsemen. Cannons getting some good damage in on the Changebringers. Again, these guys are so squishy. They just can't afford to take damage of any kind, really, because once they crumble or start crumbling, they just die immediately. Good shutdown on the artillery. Really good micro on the Horsemen, dude. They have been used exceptionally well by Fly so far. Punishing the cannon crew, but Dowie cannon crew is a little bit tankier than the other variants. They are going to be able to jump back on those artillery pieces, and now there's a bunch of Rangers out on the field to be able to screen that cannon, I think, with a Dowie Great Weapon Warrior and a Miner. Just need to keep these guys posted up back here. And the Dowie are going to be able to swing the number 2 here. They're going to get the advantage of numbers on the point, and there's not a lot of good infantry for Tzeentch to be able to outmuscle dwarves. They don't have a lot of AP infantry. In fact, I don't think they have any, now that I'm thinking about it, other than their halberds, and their halberds are not very well suited for this matchup either, for obvious reasons, despite having AP. Zangors are respectable, they can hold, but you do lose the objective here. Honestly, I would be trying to pull the Dowie front line farther in to where you can bring your Exalted Flamer up into a position where you can get flank shots off, and then have the Changebringers roast down anything else that the Dowie might have, pushing your shooting units and also chasing your infantry. Changebringers opening up on the Dowie Great Weapons, big damage. They've got a long way to go to get 1500 value, though. Exalted Flamer with a really good flank shot, and you can see how much damage it does. A little bit of friendly fire on the Zangors. Not too big of an issue. Gonna get another shot off here that should do some pretty decent damage. Oh, little bit of a whiff there, though, because of that hill. Firing up onto elevated positions for single entities like this can be a little tricky sometimes. Sartorial being really disruptive. We had a lot of Furies diving back here, and they just got canned by the Dowie. You cannot fumble your Fury dive. The Furies should not have been diving alone back here. And Tubby did a really good job of focus firing with the missiles to self-peel. You can see the Thunderers and the Quarrelers. These Thunderers also took some significant damage. They all got chewed up pretty badly, but they have a majority of their models left, and their backup is very healthy as well. And they're going to be able to punish Sartorial really badly here, I'm afraid. He's very lightly armored. And the Thunderers can also just smack him around without his shields. They do move forward, and they are shooting the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. Tzeentch is just way too geared up for like a long-range poke game. And the Searing Dooms, they're nice. They're doing some decent damage to the Dowie. It's still not great. And Plague of Rust can be a good facilitator as well. Lowers armor by 60. So what you can do is you can use a Plague of Rust on something like a Thunderer while you're diving it with Furies, just to give the Furies the time they need to really rip this thing apart without taking too long. Because that's how the Dowie survive Fury dives, is armor and then, you know, peel from their own ranged brethren. Centaur's coming in. One of the few effective AP units that the Tzeentchian forces have access to in this matchup, and there are some areas where Tzeentch is doing alright. They're losing the melee fight now, though. The Zangors and the Marauders are just not equal to what they're being asked to do. You know, they're respectable units against the dwarves, but they're not going to be able to outmuscle all of the armored infantry here. And the Changebringers have just not been very effective. They keep getting outranged by all the Dowie units, and the cannons are continuing to poke stuff down. Also not super high impact, but keeping the Tzeentch player very off balance. And a lot more honest with the dive attempts. Gonna fire in on Sartorial, and they get some nice clanging shots, and the big bird does fall over. While he's on the ground, by the time he gets up, he should be a good target for some of these Quarrelers, but it looks like they're just going for value trading against the rest of the army, which is a pretty good idea. Killing the Centaurs as well as the Marauder Horsemen, really some of the last dangerous units out here for Tzeentch, is a pretty good idea. Exalted Flamer, just not quite up to the task of grinding the value back. Has gotten some good volleys off, but the hill was really messing with its accuracy. Finally getting some really effective volleys off now. You can see how well it pokes through the Dowie infantry in the front line. It would have been really nice to see another one of them instead of the Changebringers here, who have been a little bit less effective despite having more value, I would say. You can probably bring them in reserve. Once you build up a force to dive with, and they can maneuver around and really hammer down individual Dowie positions, that's where they'd be much more effective. Centaurs struggling since they have no infantry support near them, and the Dowie are just slowly hammering them down. You can see how hard the Dowie can struggle, though. I mean, they've got all of these... they've got all the advantage in the world when it comes to the value trading right now. And there's still areas where Tzeentch is able to compromise their positioning and get some decent punishes off. And the Dowie did lose their back objective. They don't have anything going up to the #1 either. But the Dwarves do have Doomseekers over here now, who will make short work of the Tzaangor unit. They've got a Miner as well, buffering some of the damage out for the Doomseekers, which is nice. Dowie are going to get this objective back. They should be able to reinforce the middle without too many issues. You can see they've got a few, they've got one healthy Quarreler back here. More Doomseekers coming up, a Slayer, lots of Dowie Warriors, another Slayer here. Longbeards as well. I'm really liking Longbeards lately. They're fairly strong in melee combat. They got much better melee attack than a standard Dowie warrior. And their melee defense is also much higher as well. Are they always worth the extra money? No, but I think that mixing a couple into your builds can be really nice because of the ITP they have. So big monsters like Sartorial can't just like fly in, land on the rear of them, and terror out them like Dowie warriors often end up doing, since they don't have any immunity to the fear and terror. That's pretty prevalent for Chaos factions. Marauders moving up, trying to outmuscle in terms of cap weight, but Belegar and the Longbeards just rocking in here and doing a good job of stuffing back a decent amount of infantry. Some of the Forsaken trickle up onto the point, so they will give their cap weight here. The Dowie getting all their Doomseekers out. Now they can focus on just bringing in more shooting, and they'll be just fine, man. Tzeentch is gonna have a really hard time taking the #3. There's a decent number of units here. 2 tattered and 1 very healthy Dowie warrior here. Belegar doing what he does best. He's not, you know, super impactful in terms of like damage output. He's really hard to snipe though, and he is respectably strong in melee combat, so just fighting against chaff, he can usually grind out like 500-600 value as long as he's in perpetual combats. And he's got a lot of HP for such a cheap foot character. He only costs 900 gold, and, you know, it takes a lot to get rid of him. It's usually worth bringing him if you're not going to go for, like, a hero core for the dwarves, I would say. Sartorial just keeps getting knocked over by this cannon. Trying to resummon his dignity here as he gets back up into the air, away from the Slayers. He's very expensive for only 1,200 gold value so far. Lot to be desired from this guy. I would probably say you should bring Village. Village against the Dowie can be really nice, because Village is a good combatant. Hard to kill in his own right. He can fight pretty well against Belegar in the one-on-one. And Village has Tzeentch's Infernal Gateway, which does disgusting amounts of damage, man. The army ability for Tzeentch goes off, just doesn't do a lot to the dwarves. They persevere through that pretty nicely. The Longbeards take the worst of it, but definitely not impactful enough for Tzeentch to be able to outmuscle the points here. They are bringing up a decent number of units, but they just don't have any positions that they can outmuscle the dwarves anymore. Dowie are at their weakest when they've got their dwarf warriors being forced to like try and fight and hold on to points in melee combat without the support of their range tools. And Tubby has done a pretty good job, like I said, of peeling for the ranged missiles. You know, some of these guys have done pretty well for themselves. Quarrelers here, you know, they're pretty beat up. They didn't get a lot of value the first time around. They should keep the Changebringers honest here. Sartorial gets iced by the cannon, I believe. That is going to be game. Dowie just have so many unbreakable units here. They still got Doomseekers back here with some Dwarf Warriors, Quarrelers, Rangers, just like tons of Dowie, like piling out of reserve to get up on the points now. Slayer got me good this game. Slayers are tricky, dude. Dowie are tricky in general. Yeah, that's why it's pretty favorable for the dwarves. Dowie just are way more cost efficient across the board in this matchup than the Tzeentchian army is. Like I said, your Marauder horseplay was really good, but only one of them, like, you know, got a substantial uptrade. I would just focus on bringing two and using them to, like, back pressure a little bit. Changebringers were alright. They're really expensive and very vulnerable. Something's gotta give here for Tzeentch. It's not easy to win this matchup. It is doable, though. Let's see if we can figure out a build for Tzeentch that I think would work. Paragon of Change is nice. I don't think you need Vessel of Chaos. Fires of Change is good if you're, like, casting blue and pink fire, but neither of those are great against the dwarves. Blue fire is good against gyros, so maybe you bring that. Infernal Gateway does enough damage that the spell resistance for the Dowie, it just doesn't really matter. It might be kind of hard to find amazing targets for Infernal Gateway, but that's why you've got Blue Fire. You can just use Blue Fire to, like, hit Dowie units that are scattered around the field. It does respectable damage, even against infantry. Oh, man, oh man, what the hell do you bring here? Maybe he's not the way. No, Herald, no. Maybe Tzeentch's Firestorm can be high impact. Try this out with just Tzeentch's Firestorm and let me know how it goes. Having answers for gyros is easy enough. Having access to Furies, you can keep them in reserve and bring them out as needed. How many Zangors do you need, or Centaurs do you need? 2 isn't bad. I really do recommend the Exalted Flamers over the Changebringers. Changebringers can be in reserve. Decent number of Zangors, as well as some Marauders. I did kind of like the addition of the Pinks, but I think they might be a little too expensive. Maybe just 3 Zangors, 2 Marauders. You have to have something hard-hitting. And just not having anything in the front line just sucks, though, man. I mean, that's really why Tzeentch struggles so badly against the Dowie. Is you just don't have any answers infantry-wise. Like, you can bring Chosen, but they're 1350 gold. Even if they get good fights and the opportunity to, like, grind value out, they get pretty heavily countered by Doomseekers, which is just really brutal. Maybe you do 3 pink horrors. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Got a decent width here. You don't have any of the Marauder Horsemen, but bring them in reserve, I guess. Bring 2 in the opening. 2 pinks in reserve. Just max Zangors. Zangors are pretty good against the Dowie. I mean, they may not be perfect, but they're your most reliable, cost-effective infantry option, I would say. I just never see Chaos Warriors do well against the Dowie. Very rarely are they like high DPS enough to really make a difference. And the Vanguard deployment and the Arcane Charge giving them extra melee attack is really nice. God, where do you make up for this lack of damage? I don't see Cockatrice as being very good. Spawn are pretty lackluster because they're just too lightly armored. I have plenty of answers for them more often than not. Got your dive, a chariot, and it being 850 gold is so awkward, man. Chariots can be good against the Dowie, but generally it's like the higher mass ones that are most effective. Mess around with that last 1650 and see if you can come up with something. This is not an easy one, so don't feel bad for losing that. Sour Guts used to be even crazier because they had their Sour Discharge did insane damage when they died, like way more than it does now. So what is it currently? Yeah, 45. It used to be 72 damage, all armor piercing. Now it's 45 and only 24% AP. Alright, let's see it, man. We got some Warriors of Chaos versus Tomb Kings. Warriors of Chaos should have a pretty good matchup against the Tomb Kings on a regular basis. Archaon can clear out Chaff. He can also kill Cetra without too many issues. This might be a matchup where it's worth having a healer just for Archaon. You can also do Kolek. I found Kolek to be somewhat useful in this matchup on occasion. If your opponent goes really wide, though, against Kolek, you can run into problems. But, you know, Archaon with Burning Head can usually roast out the Tomb King's units pretty easily. Horseman gonna grab the number 2. Marauders moving up. Soul of Damnation is a really good artillery piece. And it'll do great damage to all of the Tomb King infantry here. And the Tomb Kings went very elite. They only have 10 units out on the field. I mean, it's possible to bring an army like this and succeed. Generally speaking, though, Tomb Kings tend to do a little better if they go wider and bring, you know, more constructs. Like a couple of melee Shopti, and then the Chosen of the Gods and a regular Great Bow is usually all they're going to need. Especially against the Warriors of Chaos, who can't dive the same as some of the other Mono God Chaos factions. Tomb Guard are okay. You don't need to give chevrons to units like this. This is, it's a lot of gold to spend on chevrons, man. Like 4 here, you got 3, 5 on the Tomb Guard. You can probably get 2 spear units into your build if you cut those.
Have a victory point. Keep it from the
Having the Capwhite's going to be nice, but nobody doesn't need to send the whole army here. Really, you just need... You could probably justify leaving King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion back here. And being sure to send over any horsemen whenever the Warriors of Chaos come back here to try and cap the point. The Casket of Souls is opening up. Little bit of damage, and Tommy doing a pretty good job of staying out of range of it. You know, like keeping an eye on what it's targeting, trying to pull them out of combat, sending the Marauders forward first to be the Capwhite onto the middle, doing a good job of screening out the Marauder Horsemen here. Nehekara Horsemen are, you know, pretty strong. They're going to have a devil of a time trying to catch the Horsemen, though, in melee combat. Hellstrider's moving around the flank. Decent shot from the Casket of Souls. No protection for this thing. Just hurts to watch, man. You can't let that, you can't let easy picks like this happen. You got your horsemen back here, but you've also got plenty of supplies to bring stuff in. Casket's trying to escape. The Hellstriders will kill it in, like, no time at all. Although they are kind of milling about it right now, but now they're getting some attacks on target. They do end up deciding to move away from it and just fight the Nehekara Horsemen, though. Locked it down in combat for a little bit. Your Shabti Great Bow is getting counterfired by the Soul of Damnation. One of the reasons why it's so good is for exactly this. They massively outrange the Ushabti, and it's actually taking their models down pretty effectively here. It would probably behoove many to swap onto some of these Tomb Guard here. They're not the best melee infantry unit in the game, but just weakening them a little bit with a couple of shots onto each wouldn't be a bad idea. Archaon moving around the flank and gets onto the Casket now. Where are the summons from nobody? You need a Sepulchral Stalker coming out here or something to protect this thing. There's no magic either. Down goes the Casket. Nehekara Horsemen trying to figure out what to do. Skeleton Horsemen chasing back the Javelin Cav. The Tomb King took a bunch of damage. Being on this chariot, he does have a shield and okay armor, but chasing against skirmishers is usually not what you want to do with your Lord. Unless you're just going to be dodging and doing a really good job of that. It's very micro-intensive, though. Better off avoiding that as much as possible. And Tomb King takes a head-up fight against Archaon, which I can't discourage enough. And we do get some Searing Dooms coming down. A good Spirit Leech, and Archaon's easily going to win the 1v1 here. Yeah, you can't blob up around Archaon for this very reason, man. He just drops the Searing Doom and all that cav and just hard punishes it. Ushabti going down here to the pressure from the Hell Cannon. Hellstriders trying to stop up some of the Tomb King's momentum. Tomb King's moving in very scattered. There's a lot that needs to change here for nobody. First of all, you have to have an answer for the Soul of Damnation. Tomb Kings don't have great answers for it, unfortunately. But keeping your Ushabti Great Bows back and waiting for an opportunity to send in some carrion to kill the Soul of Damnation is a good place to start. You gotta bring a Lord with some magic, otherwise the Tomb Kings are just never gonna win a game. They're just not built for that. Their magic is very strong. They've got some pretty good lures of magic as well. Oh, you can bring a Bone Giant against the Soul of Damnation. That would be pretty effective. That's a good answer for it. You also need to move your army forward a little bit cleaner than this. Like, it's just way too scattered. It was too densely packed earlier, and now that you're, like, panicking and trying to move up, it's too split. Your Blessed Legion get killed here by the focus fire from the Soul. Skeleton Archers are going to get killed here. This is a pretty bad matchup for the Tomb Kings. I mean, like I said, Archaon alone is hard enough to deal with, and then you got this really powerful artillery piece that counters a lot of your other really good tools. A Burning Head to clear out chaff. This is the risk of what happens in single faction tournaments. Sometimes you just run into hard counter factions, and you can't really do much about it. Rotting Riders come up, they just run over the Tomb Guard. It's another reason why Tomb Guard are pretty mediocre. They just aren't heavily armored. Their stats are okay, but you can see getting roasted by the Burning Head here. They beat Marauders in a one-on-one, but against any Chaos Warrior, they're going to lose that fight, and they're almost equally costed. And you can see over here, just getting overwhelmed by fire support, running into Trolls, going to get killed there. Skeleton Archers dying. Lots of Nehekara Warriors moving up. Melee Shabti in a really ugly fight against Halberds. So Melee Shabti can fight a unit like a Halberd, but they need to be stacked up on a chaff unit. This Nehekara Warrior coming over and sitting on top of the Ushabti, that's actually instances where you want units to be overlapping. Overlapping your infantry, a no-no. So like these Tomb Guard and these Nehekara Warriors fighting with one another, don't. Monstrous infantry and regular infantry fighting together, big yes. Absolutely 100% of the time. Never gonna fail you. Screaming Skull Catapult coming up. The Casket of Souls gets resummoned. Many just has so many supplies. And Archaon's just gonna move across the field and beat the crap out of these guys. And uncrewing the artillery here. Something must have attacked them. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff back here. I guess some Hellstriders came over and attacked the Screaming Skull Catapult crew. Because they drop the artillery pieces. That's usually only if they get attacked or you give them the order, though. And then they kind of ran forward. And then by the time they got back, the game was pretty much over. Yeah, the Warriors of Chaos just played that perfectly. Archaon was an absolute monster. 3,700 value. He had a lot more room to do even more disgusting work. Casket is not a good artillery piece, unfortunately. It just swings wildly between being overpowered and total crap, depending on how CA balances it. It's garbage right now. Don't bring it. Ushabti Greatbow's got hard countered. The Skeleton Archers are an interesting unit. I don't think they're going to be great in this matchup. Chaos has lots of shielded warriors, and they've also got lots of really aggressive units that can come in and clear those guys out. So just too much infantry also. Let's do a real quick Tomb Kings build against the Warriors of Chaos. One sec, guys. Alright, I'm back. This could be an Arkan game. He does have some pretty good spells to utilize against the Warriors of Chaos. Liber Mortis is a really good item. Good protection. Gives extra leadership as well. To fights, Tomb Blade of Arkan. You don't really need the Skeleton Summon. Spirit Leech, Fate of Buna for any really expensive cavalry. Otherwise, you just want to Spirit Leech Archaon all game. And Archon, you know, he will suffer in return. And he can't take any fights against Archaon, but you can maneuver around Archaon fairly well with this guy, I think. Use him to, like, try and draw aggro into your answers for the Warriors of Chaos Lord. I think a couple melee shops would be nice. You can bring a couple Nakara warriors for cap weight, and then just lots of skeleton spears. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe 4 of them. Skeleton horse archers are a must. Very good unit. They're excellent at shutting down marauder cavalry. They can poke Hellstriders pretty effectively. Skeleton horsemen are a little bit more cost effective than Nakara horsemen usually. Yeah, 1,700 in the starting army. You can do Chosen of the Gods, or maybe you can try out the Bone Giant to counterfire the Soul of Damnation. Bone Giants should be... They're a little inaccurate, but it should be accurate enough to kill the Warrior of Chaos artillery piece. And if you do that, then you're in a much better position immediately, just based on the back of that. And I know I said chevrons are usually not a good idea, but I think a Bone Giant is one of the few units where giving chevrons is a good idea. It's going to make it more expensive if you resummon it, but it's going to get a lot more accurate as a result. Because chevrons do buff accuracy and reload time for single entities really nicely, and just artillery in general. That's really the only place I would recommend chevrons ever. A chariot could be a really good idea. I just go with a regular skeleton chariot. Probably don't need anything more advanced than that. So you keep your great bows and then maybe sepulchral stalkers in reserve until you're sure that you can push them up without getting gunned down by the hell cannons. Because the Bone Giant will win that trade. Chosen of the Gods move up afterwards and can really start cleaning up the heavily armored Chaos Warriors. Or Forsaken, or whatever your opponent has brought out to try and grind through your front line. A couple Tomb Guard Halberds wouldn't be a bad idea. As a really durable cap weight with some AP. They can be pretty respectable in fights. A couple Carrion can be okay here. If your opponent really fumbles the bag, you can use these to dive the Hell Cannon crew, and they can actually do some pretty decent damage there. Their melee attack isn't that great, but Hell Cannon crews have like no melee defense, so they'll actually hit pretty accurately. They've got good weapon strength as well, so in a pinch they can really work out. They're only 350 gold. They're deceptively annoying. What else can you utilize here? I do think a Sepulchral Stalker is a really good idea. Kefirgard could be strong. May need to be a little careful of those guys. And since you don't really have a Combat Lord, maybe a Tomb Prince could be okay. On a skeletal steed to fight Archaon in a pinch. And just protect Archon. That might be a little bit of wishful thinking, though. They're generally not that strong. And there's 2,000 gold to play around with. Do whatever your heart desires from here, I think. Tomb Kings can't just grind into the Warriors of Chaos, and it's a hard matchup no matter how you slice it. Oh my god, excuse me, guys. Trying to play, you know, a skirmishy style of game, poking with your skeleton horse archers a bunch, using your melee Shopti to, like, help hold points with your spearmen, and also support the Nakara warriors. And then killing the big artillery with the Bone Giant's a really good idea. There's no guarantee of what the Warriors of Chaos bring, but this build should be fairly effective against what you'll see most commonly. Typically, you want Cetra on the Sphinx, but I think this is a instance of a matchup where I think Cetra is a little bit less effective than he otherwise would be. Just because the War Sphinx is great for clearing out infantry, but it would leave him very vulnerable to fighting Archaon, who will just absolutely smack him into the ground in the one-on-one. You could do a Skeleton Steed Cetra if you wanted to, though, maybe. That also might not be a bad idea. You can bring Usirians, which is really good for dealing damage to cavalry. Restless Dead, really good passive heal. And then you can bring Nero's Incantation of Protection. And just get rid of the Chevrons and the Bone Giant. It's another possibility. Then you still got 2,000 to work with. Ooh, Khorne versus the Vampire Counts. Vampire Count's one of the stronger factions right now in the meta. They've been dominating the win rate for a bit now. But against Khorne, it's a pretty foreboding matchup because the Bloodwake Berserkers. Bloodwake Berserkers kind of hard carry this matchup for Khorne, I can't lie. The Horsemen also, pretty hard carry unit. It's Khorne's matchup to lose, really. If you keep your Horsemen alive and kill the Corpse Carts on the Mortis engines, then the Bloodwake Berserkers, I mean, can almost solo an entire, like, Vampire Count army. It's kind of crazy. They just have great stats. They do a ton of damage.
Khorne favors the bloodthirsty.
And they...
prize for the one who collects him the most skulls.
Alright, thank you, Valkia. Anyways, these guys are just really cool. Fun unit. You know? I mean, they're so jacked that their shoulders are, like, weighing down their spine. So they all got scoliosis, I would guess. You know, Valkia's moving up to the middle objective. We got one Horseman taking number 2. And using Horseman to cap the number 1 here. Very tricky play from Hallman. Really good idea as well against the Vampire Counts, who are really slow to get on objectives early to secure that, and then you can scream over here and get your home point and have a triple cap for the first few minutes of the battle. White Kings on horseback, pretty good idea. You know, especially if you have Heinrich Kemmler. These guys, I've talked about them a million times. They're such a good unit. They have really good stats, lot of HP for, you know, a hero character, like baseline heroes. They've got Scabscraith here. Scabscraith can be really good against Khorne because it kills Marauders, as well as Bloodletters pretty effectively, even despite the spell resistance that Khorne has across all of its units. Direpacker up here, Fellbats hovering overhead. Cryptor's moving around. We do have two Balefire Corpse Carts, so Heinrich Kemmler's going to have to put a lot of work in with his Chaos Tombblade to support the front line. You got Curse of Undeath and Master of the Dead. He is very squishy to Valkia. Valkia can absolutely snipe him, but it's going to be pretty hard with the White Kings nearby, who do have the bonus versus infantry, and they can not wreck her. They can do respectable damage to her, though, at the very least, and keep her honest. If she does commit to a fight, she can absolutely win that. So, the Dire Pack versus a Marauder Horseman of Khorne. What you want to do here is get the rear charge with the rest of your horsemen. Khorne Horsemen do just outright beat a lot of chaff units of this caliber because of their really good weapon strength and charge bonus, but you do have to get those charges off for that to work out for you. Hellforge Bellower comes out, taking a lot of early engagements as Khorne when you do have the mobility advantage. It might be okay, though. I mean, there's not a lot of passive healing available for the vampire counts right now, and the Bloodwake Berserkers are definitely going to kill the Graveguard Halberds that they're fighting right now. These horsemen, though, going down is actually really horrible, because now the corpse carts are going to get in and just going to give big buffs, you know, flaming attacks, magic damage to everything, as well as the buffed melee attack and melee defense with perfect vigor. That's going to be a lot to ask from the Khornate forces to persevere through. You really want to just use the Marauder Horsemen to like sit behind your front line and just throw axes at Crypt Horrors and corpse carts all day. That's all you need them for. And if your opponent wants to try and backcap you, whatever, so be it. You want to focus on getting a good value lead. Because if you play the objectives too hard against the vampire counts and let them like drag your more expensive units down with their garbage, you're gonna fall apart pretty fast. Khorne is just getting ground down here, slowly but surely. They got some blobbed up infantry here. Yeah, the Black Coach is out, and the Black Coach is going to be just totally unanswered here. It's going to be very good for getting through the Forsaken and all the Marauders that are remaining here. And Varric's Reavers coming in. We've got the Hellforge Bellower being bullied right now by the Hero Squad. Just not enough answers for that. Fleshhounds could be over here. So what you do, if you've got the Hellforge Bellowers and your opponent has answers to it and they're like just hounding it relentlessly, just drive it over to your Khorngors and just park it in the Khorngor unit. And then your opponent can't access it. And you can keep it alive, and then you can fire out of the Khorngors and get value that way. Yeah, the Dire Pack and the Dire Wolves grinding down the last Marauder Horseman of Khorne here. So no answers for the Crypt Horrors anymore. Khorne does still have a decent amount of infantry on the middle objective. An okay amount of mobility. And one of the white... Oh, that's the Krell summon. Never mind. I was about to say, a White King stuck. Getting murdered on the number 3 is really nice, but not so. The White Kings over here... One of them gets surrounded by Fleshhounds. Valkia does a decent amount of damage to Heinrich Kemmler. The Khorngor's pushing them back. One Marauder Horseman actually with a decent number of models. Varric's Reaver is just YOLOing into the Bloodwake Berserkers, which is really awful for them because they have regen, and Bloodwake Berserkers will be sundering their armor, so the Forsaken even hit them a little more effectively. So they'll get absolutely wrecked by both of those units. We got the Graveguard Halberds here. They probably should just move across and try and grind out any kind of damage against the Bloodwake Berserkers right now. I just don't know how you're going to deal with these guys. Again, they're like a hard carry unit. They're so nasty for the Vampire Counts to deal with. Fleshhounds do good damage to Crypt Horrors, but fighting on top of the Balefire Corpse Cart and the Halberds, not a good position for them to be in. They're going to get wrecked because they're very reliant on Physres for their defenses. And that's being circumvented completely by these units. Bloodwake Berserkers, oh no, the Black Coach gets stuck in them. It takes a ton of damage here. We get a Sloughnir coming down, which is just completely wasted. There's nothing here to use it on. You should use it on these Graveguard instead, or you could... I mean, it's not a great target on the Skeleton Spears. It'll do the most damage there. Really, the Graveguard Halberds would be the best target for that Sloughnir.
Take it back.
And Valkia might... Oh man, she might be completely stuck here. Although, we do get the Varric's Reavers pushing back, and she's no longer stuck in combat, but the Black Coach... I'm so glad to see this bug is still in the game. It's not annoying at all. Valkia being pushed along by a chariot, and she can't get back up in the air because of whatever is going on there. So it's just going to be like magnetized to her for the rest of the game. It's going to push her to the edge of the map, and then when she runs out of room, then it can actually like do damage to her. You can see she's trying to get back up in the air. But she's going to get dog-walked off the map here, which is just really annoying to watch happen. This is one of the risks of Valkia. I don't think this is even a very good matchup for her. She's better against mortal factions with lots of shooting, where she can be way more disruptive. Skull Taker tends to be better into factions where you're taking lots of grindy engagements. So Vampire Counts, he's okay into Vampire Coast. Skull Taker's good against Lizardmen as well. Valkia's pretty good against like Empire, Dark Elves, factions of that caliber, I would say. Comrade Duck has a value lead right now, and is probably going to be winning, because you can't afford to give up a value lead against the Vampire Counts. It's almost never going well if that's the case. I mean, this is going especially poorly for Khorne right now. Look at this, man. Just leave her in combat, honestly. If she stands her ground, she'll at least do damage, instead of just being pushed around like this. And then you need, like, some mass to get in there and, like, surround the Black Coach. That way she can actually escape from it. I think this is just a little bit of a matchup that I think maybe Hallman isn't super familiar with. The Bloodwake Berserkers are, of course, a great pick. The Fleshhounds are really strong here as well, but they need to be your countercharge unit. You bring a couple of Fleshhounds in early for both. One, you bring them in for cap weight. Two, you bring them in because they beat Direwolves really badly. Even the Dire Pack, because the Dire Pack, you know, like, respectably powerful for a Hound unit, but the Fleshhounds have just crazy good charge bonus and really high weapon strength that just obliterates the 0 armor Direwolves. And they can countercharge Vargeist and Cryptars as well. Really good Sword of Khorne. That's another thing that makes this pretty hard for the Vampire Counts. They've done a pretty good job of working around the worst of the Khornate units, and have just been slowly picking apart the more expensive units with numbers and isolations. Khorngors have done pretty respectably. Not super shocking, although I don't think Khorngors are amazing in this matchup. I think a couple's pretty nice. I wouldn't go too overboard with them, because they lack mass, so they can get run over by Black Coaches pretty badly. And Cycle Charge by Cav, okay? Valkia dies. Brutal stuff. She tried. Just wasn't going to happen. She's getting her head crushed right now by the Black Coach, which has 2100 value. Really nice stuff, man. Blood Knights out on the field as well. Really good unit. Gonna be really impactful for just controlling the rest of the battlefield here. Some dead Marauders back on this point here. Blood Knights are good enough at charging down infantry that's lightly armored. I would say just go for it at this point. Yeah, Fleshhounds attacking the Dire Pack. Gonna rip them to pieces. And the Hounds of the Blood Hunt especially good here. Almost an auto-include against the Vampire Counts, because they have, not only do they have immunity to contact effects and Gore Feast, they also dampen, which is really nice for imbuing, you know, minus spell resistance, which you don't think would be very important for Khorne, but is actually pretty good for allowing Sleipnir to do extra damage. And it also removes magic attacks, which is really, really juicy. That's the most important thing that Dampen does. The spell resist is just an extra little buff to Sleipnir if you can, like, combat that up together, which happens on occasion. This is something you should really be hyper-focusing, though. Khorne just didn't answer the Black Coach at all, and played a little too fast and loose with the Marauder Cav. If you keep the Marauder Cav alive and you use them to just shoot down the Vampire Counts, Crypt Horrors, and Corpse Carts, you easily win this matchup. If you don't do that and you lose these guys for whatever reason, then you're in a little bit of trouble. It's not insurmountable, but it definitely makes it a lot more complicated. Blood Knights doing what they can. Marauder Dual Axes got good value, but they are just going to be asked to do the impossible, which is outcap the vampires. Hallman did have a ticket lead. That's another thing. If you play more cautiously and just hold on to your caps, vampire counts have really poor cap weight and oftentimes just won't be able to secure the win. Just based purely on that. You can throw up better cap weight as Khorne across the board and just outlast the counts oftentimes. Khorngor is being pushed back. Dual weapons moving in. Gonna be in some ugly fights. Kembler actually did pretty well in combat this day. He's got 900 value in his own right, and he doesn't have any damage spells. So that's just all him fighting in melee, which is kind of crazy. Not something you see too often. I would avoid bringing Raise Dead. I think Van Hel's Dance Macabre would be a better spell against Khorne. This is okay if you can, like, snare stuff down and keep it from, like, maneuvering around. You're just not going to find too many opportunities for that, I would say. Or not worthwhile ones. Invo and Van Hel's is really good because it gives you more melee attack, which can be very impactful for actually making effective use of your units in this matchup against Khorne's very fighty, sometimes way more heavily armored units. Such cool models, dude. The Vampire counts have some really cool stuff as well. The Konigstein Stalkers look cool as hell because they're like this ghostly looking skeleton warrior unit. And they actually are interesting because they've got respectable stats and they have poison and full cap weight as a skeleton warrior unit, which is pretty cool. I think they're a sneakily strong ROR. Dual weapons doing okay. They just can't fight alone against the vampire count units. They can grind down chaff all day, but they'll get the absolute snot beat out of them by Crypt Horrors, who did a really good job at anchoring that middle point, and then vampire counts, of course, winning in the mobility game is the last thing that Khorne can afford, because then you just are gonna get swarmed down by chaff. And that's kind of what happened here. 3,600 value on the Bloodwake Berserkers is, you know, honestly not too surprising of a performance from them. They'll get that pretty easily in this matchup, 9 times out of 10. It's just the it's just the additional flexibility and damage that the Marauder Horsemen that's needed here. The Hellforge Bellowers can work. I would honestly recommend against it, though. Just because vampire counts are honestly pretty good at chasing down stuff like the Skull Cannons. And you don't really need any additional blob punish, because you're going to get a bunch of Swords of Khorne if you grind down all the chaff in this matchup. So save your money, man. Bring some Chaos Spawn of Khorne. This is a matchup where Chaos Spawn of Khorne are actually okay, because they do pretty good damage to Crypt Horrors, and they can hold their own against Vargeist and units of that caliber. They don't do too well against Blood Knights, obviously, but, you know, not a lot of units on Khorne's roster do well against Blood Knights, other than Khorngors and really well microed Minotaurs of Khorne. And having unbreakable units is just really solid. One Graveguard did great. 1799 value on that one. Kembler got a lot of healing done on the White Kings and got some respectable damage himself. One of the White Kings got 1600, the other 900, which is still pretty decent. And, you know, zombies doing their thing. Some of the skeletons did alright. Konigstein Stalkers, they came in again at the end, but that first life, they got their value back. Good stuff, man. Varix Reavers were a little lackluster. I would avoid them in this matchup, because there's a lot of fire damage that Khorne can bring to the table. And I think you got better options anyways. Like, Vargeist are a little risky in this matchup, just because Furies and Fleshhounds can do so much damage countercharging those particular flyers, but I still think having one is worth it because it's just such good AP and damage. Kind of hard to pass up. Mortis engines can be really powerful here. I'm a little surprised we didn't see it when the Horseman went down. If you kill the Khorne Horseman, you can bring a Mortis engine in and just leech the life out of everything else that Khorne has on the field, and there's nothing they can do about it. Random Cuban versus Lemur. We got Warriors of Chaos versus Chaos Dowie. It's just a pretty cool matchup. Valkia is going to be the Lord option for Random Cuban, so not bringing Archeon all the time, which is pretty cool. I mean, Valkia is actually arguably better for the Warriors of Chaos than she is for Khorne, because you can bring more Lords of Magic that can like support her. You can bring like a Nurgle caster with some healing. You can do double wizard builds with Valkia flying around and keeping them protected, and utilize magic to really punish your opponent.
Scythe through them as if they were mere blades of grass.
Thank you, Valkia, while still having a really powerful duelist. So Zaytan the Black coming in here does have Sadistic Snare. This is a crazy snare. It has the tiniest range imaginable on it of 20 meters, but it snares for 33 seconds, which is so long. If you catch something in that snare and you have an Infernal Guard in position to follow that up, you will destroy your opponent. Heart and soul, man. It's brutal. Lemur using a Deathshriek rocket launcher as well as a Demonsmith Sorcerer with Flames of Asgore on the Bale Taurus. You know, very powerful single entity. These two in conjunction with one another are pretty terrifying. They can do some pretty big damage. And you do get Enfeebling Foe and the Withering, one use each on the Lammasu, which is cool. Sorceress Miasma silences and negates magical weapons, which will be good against pretty much any of these characters in Valkia, and especially against the Chaos Sorcerer here. He's got Melkoths and Pit of Shades, both very good at wearing out the mobility of the Chaos Dowie, and also their really elite gun line units. Infernal Guard getting some huge opening salvos off on those poor throwing axemen who are just having a terrible day, man. You can't do stuff like this typically. You need to be really careful with your Marauder Horsemen in the opening as the Warriors of Chaos, especially into factions that have a better skirmish or longer range skirmish cap. Not necessarily better, I would say. And then also some really good gun line units who do pretty good damage themselves, man. I mean, Infernal Guard Fireglaves hit like absolute trucks, and they fire way faster than most other musket units do. Most musket type units fire every 12-13 seconds. These guys fire every 9, which is a huge like advantage in rate of fire, man. They're nasty. They do so much work for you. Definitely a mainline unit that the Chaos Dwarves rely on. Deathshriek just pounding away, working down some Forsaken in the backline. You can dodge Deathshrieker shots because they don't track, and you just need to pay attention to where it's landing. Beautiful Sleipnir. Massive work against the Chaos Dwarf Warrior. Great weapons there. Valkia got about 200 value out of that one cast. Gets a little damage against those warriors as well, and then you got the throwing axes chipping away at them as in addition. Warriors of Chaos should be able to clear these infantry in a moment. Really good Melkoths going down on the Oglakons boys. Perfect target for that. They'll probably be critically low after this wears off. About 2,000 HP left. Deathshriek rocket launcher continuing to poke down the Marauders. Lots of supporting fire from the Wolf Boys here. Valkia is getting beat up a little bit. She's getting bullied by both of the characters here. She does have the support of Acold, though. And the scary thing for the vampire, or the, not the vampire, the vampire counts. The scary thing for the Chaos Dowie here, typically these Bale Taurus characters, the most common Bale Taurus character has the Chalice of Blood and Darkness, which does give it a heal whenever your opponent is casting magic, which is really powerful. The Demon Sorcerers don't have that, though. That's just for the Prophets. And this guy's actually kind of getting his ass kicked by Acold and Valkia here. Honestly, really good bait with Valkia, and then bringing the fight over to Acold, who chips in some respectable damage in his own right, and they do push back the caster. Losing access to Flames of Asgore is a disaster right now for the Chaos Dwarves. That Death Shriek is doing big damage, but there was a Pit of Shades on the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, and now you got Marauders chasing them down with Valkia and some Horsemen nearby. Good value on the Horsemen. They've been used very aggressively, and they've taken quite a bit of damage, but have pretty much all paid for themselves already. These ones, not so much. We got Hellstriders chasing down Hobgoblins. Oglacon's boys are still alive, but one more Melkoths will be more than enough to finish that fight. Demonsmith Sorcerer rallies. Demo Rocket trying to kill the Hell Cannon. One more shot like that, and they should kill it. The Hell Cannon, though, might be able to do enough damage to the Death Shriek to maybe rout it before it dies. Oh, we're gonna have to see, dude. Where's that Demolition Rocket landing? Direct hit on the Hell Cannon, but it's got another shot going off here. Who wins the trade? I'm so curious, dude. It takes so long to reload that anti-large rocket for the poor Death Shriek, though. Hell Cannon, you can see, actually firing that little bit faster. Is it obstructed for some reason? Finally shooting. Oh my god. Frickin' ages there. Valkia doesn't have a lot of HP left, but she's still effective enough as a duelist that she is kind of still bullying the Demonsmith Sorcerer. Zaytan just doesn't have the armor piercing to punish her. Or fight her effectively in melee combat. We do get the Sadistic Snare, but no way to follow up on that. And yeah, the Hell Cannon does go down. Very unfortunate, but it's still got some pretty respectable value. And the Death Shrieker is on its last legs. We do have a Hellstrider coming in here. They're going to be able to finish this big boy off. Down goes the Death Shriek rocket launcher. Pretty close still. I mean, Lemur's got some decent units out on the field, but Trolls and Hellstriders locking down the Iron Demon right now. Valkia alive, Demonsmith Sorcerer being pushed back again. Leadership really low. I don't know if he's going to rally before he hits the edge, and the Flames of Asgore has just not been seen on the battlefield to any real effect. And the Warriors of Chaos, you know, there's been a little bit of a pushback on the gold value differential, but I would definitely say the Warriors of Chaos are in a very advantaged state just because of the tickets they've got, and they still have a fairly substantial lead. It's a little deceptive because they lost the Hell Cannon, which is 1,200 gold. It did get close to paying for itself. The issue is that it's, you know, an artillery piece, which isn't giving any cap weight. It's fairly expensive, and it really needs to uptrade to be at its best. Does get unsummoned, gives a little bit of gold back. You just need something to kill the Kadai Fireborn. You should be all right. Valkia going right after Zaytan, lands in behind him. 1 or 2 attacks should be all she needs to finish this troll off, man. He gets filled with axes to the back. Poor little Lamasu goes down, and Chaos Dowie call it the second their lord goes down. Pretty well played by Lemur. I think Zaytan may have been a little hopeful. I think probably brought him expecting Archeon or maybe Sartorial or something. I'm not 100% sure. I think Zaytan would be good against Sartorial, but against anybody else, I think he'd be a little bit lacking. Generally speaking, you're just better off with the other Bale Taurus character for your caster. Otherwise, you should probably just bring the Demonsmith Prophet, or the Demonsmith Sorcerer on foot with Flames of Asgore as cheap as possible, and you just go with a wider line. If you want to go expensive flyers, you need the Chalice of Blood and Darkness variant, or like double Bale Taurus. Lamasus are kind of mediocre in tandem. They're really good for a solo caster though, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So you can like do that same build. Zaytan's good if you think you can get good snipes on your opponent's Lord. And I think with a little bit of more focused attention, maybe that build would have worked there. Generally, though, Lamasus are best with like a Metal Mage. You can cut the Vial. You bring Chalice anyways, even though he's not really going to be doing a lot of melee fighting. Because if he does take damage, he can, you know, of course, replenish whenever your opponent's casting. You want to use, like, Searing Doom and Plague of Rust, or you can do your Flames of Asgore caster. There's also a really cool, like, long skirmishy type of build that you can do with the Hashut Sorcerer on the Lamasu. You overcast Burning Wrath, which actually does some pretty insane damage when it's overcast. And then you can bring Ash Storm to, like, slow speed and imbue fire weakness and just be a true caster type of Lord. And do some pretty good work that way. You can bring Killing Fire, I guess, if you're going to go for that, because you will be using quite a few spells over time. That's pretty micro-intensive, though. You can do Death Magic, Fate of Buna, Spirit Leech, Lamasu. Just ride around, do a bunch of that. Fire Magic, I don't know, not like super impressive with the Lamasu. The Bale Taurus is a little bit better with Fire Magic because it's actually got fire damage in its own right. And you can self-buff with Kindle Flame and just dive bomb enemy positions and just absolutely ruin them by utilizing the extra damage that you give yourself. What I was talking about was Zaytan, because he's just so expensive, dude. Even with just Sadistic Snare on the Lamasu, he's 1750 gold. I mean, damn. It's an arm and a leg for a guy with no magic, in my opinion. So you just bring the Demonsmith Sorcerer with the Flames of Asgore and run him around on foot. Bring Reforge with him. Why not? I mean, he's 900 gold. If you bring your Reforge, you can heal up, say, you can heal up your Deathshriek Rocket. If it's losing that artillery duel, you can use it on Iron Demons, which is the best target. You use it on Fireborn, or, you know, if you're really crazy, you can bring a Kadai Destroyer and heal that up. It's not bad. I actually kind of like the Reforge Demonsmith Sorcerers on occasion. They can be, you know, a fun unit to mix in on every now and then. Just having, you know, like a 15% heal for your big, expensive, Demon Forged engines is kind of nice, man. Still, though, I think that build could work, but Lemur just needed to be a little bit more patient moving up. Alright, Warriors of Chaos versus Khorne. Pretty good matchup for the Warriors of Chaos, because Khorne really struggles against the Soul of Damnation. This thing can hammer down the Bloodwake Berserkers without too many problems. It's also very good at just focusing down the lords for Khorne, like Skulltaker, Valkia, and Arbol here is going to be the Lord option. He'll also get hammered pretty badly by the shooting from this thing. We'll see if Hallman's able to bring the heat, though. Going pretty expensive on the infantry front. Lots of Chaos Warriors, Bloodwake Berserkers, Khorngors, throwing axes coming out. A lot of Marauder Great Weapons, 1 Chaos Warrior, 2 Chaos Warrior Halberds. With the Soul of Damnation to do a lot of counter-firing. And Archaon, of course. Slayer of Kings, Armor of Morkar, Fight or Die, Searing Doom, Burning Head, and Spirit Leaf. Just a lot to bring him with. And again, I don't like the Armor of Morkar as an ability. I think it's way too niche, and you're passing up on the Crown of Domination, which gives Archaon Terror. And Khorne is very vulnerable to Terror routes. I mean, they're ITP only because of Frenzy. If you can get, if you lower the leadership enough on Khornate units, which is honestly easy enough with rear charges, focus fire from artillery, and a bunch of other, like, spells, there's not a lot that they can do to avoid that. Arbol's coming in on foot, which is very interesting. All of his abilities and his item, the Eye of Khorne. I do honestly like Arbol. I think he's okay. I don't think he's terrible like some people will probably try and tell you he is. You just need to, you need to bring him on the Fleshhound, though. He's very good if he's able to maneuver around and be disruptive, and just disgusting Searing Doom right there. You can't blob up on Archaon, dude. Not with Cavalry. He'll just hard punish you for it. Searing Doom is great. You just keep, you play Keep Away with Archaon. You use the throwing axes to punish him. Hallman is just kind of losing focus, I think. Like, going up on the high ground there, maybe focusing in on the summons a little too much. You can't lose track of your Skirmish Cav. It's a big no-no. If you bring Skirmish Cav, then you're, you know, it's a big commitment. These guys are pretty expensive. They're 675 gold, so 2 of them is 1350. And they have huge uptrade potential, and losing them that early on is just devastating. This is definitely one of those Khorne player is just getting way too impatient and overstretching the forces early kind of scenarios, man. Fleshhounds trying to chase skirmishers, not really a good spot for them to be in. Furies being ruined by the Knights of Immolation. They're doing some decent damage in return because their shields were down. But they're still not value trading all that well. And the Knights of Immolation are going to get their shields back. They'll be able to go in and drop their Searing Torrent on infantry uncontested. They'll be able to kill any more Furies that come out, and also hound down any fleshies that are on the field. Soul of Damnation opening up and doing some good damage to those Bloodwake Berserkers, as I said. Haven't killed any models yet, but have taken about 2,000 HP off. It gets extra reload speed, by the way, because it's got Soul Devourer, which activates whenever something comes within 200 meters of them. Khorngor is just beelining it straight for that artillery piece, which isn't a bad idea. Bloodwake Berserkers get up in the trees. A lot of clean fights for the Chaos Warriors. Khorngors need to get off this fight, though. It's not really the kind of fight they want to be in. Fleshhounds get a decent charge off on the Marauder Great Weapons, should pull out and keep cycle charging them down. Khorngors just get trapped up enough by the Trolls and then Searing Torrent from the Knights of Immolation. They ain't going nowhere. It's going to be a big loss for Khorne there. They do kill a decent number of Troll models, though, which is pretty nice. I mean, they get a little value back for it. That Unbreakable imbuement on them coming into play here. Doing some pretty good work to keep them alive. Khorne is grinding through a lot of the infantry for Tommy right now, which is pretty unfortunate, but that Soul of Damnation is going to eventually clear all this expensive stuff and leave Khorne on the back foot, I would say. You got Hellstriders coming in. They'll be really good against the Horsemen here. They'll also crush a Chaos Warhound on the charge. Chaos Warhounds are terrible. Don't bring them. I'm telling you, they're absolute dog water. Archaon uses Spirit Leech here. Not a ton of damage to Arbol. He's got, you know, good spell defense, obviously. Fight or Die, Slayer of Kings, and Armor of Morkar active on Archie right now. I guess Armor of Morkar right now is actually going to help keep him from getting beaten up by Arbol a little bit. It's not that important, though, for him. Probably doesn't need to stay in here too long. The Bloodwake Berserkers are moving down, but, you know, the second they reveal themselves, Tommy is just, you know, smacking him up with some good casts. Overcasted Searing Doom coming down on the infantry, not a lot of damage. And a head-up charge from the Knights of Immolation onto the Chaos Warriors. They can stay here for a little bit, but they do need to jump back up in the air right about now. Their charge bonus will be wearing off. Archie does not need to stay committed against Arbol, man. I mean, all of his abilities are down currently. Pulling him out and then just using the Soul of Damnation to, like, finish up all these heavily armored infantry is really what the Warriors of Chaos want to do, and they just go cap the other points and leave the armored infantry stuck out in the middle of nowhere with nothing to do. I mean, they can't win by just sitting on one objective. You want to try and spread all this stuff out instead of fighting them on their own terms. Decent Searing Doom. It's just not doing a lot of damage right now because of the spell res, and the units are not really all that densely blobbed up either. God, that Soul of Damnation has been such a nightmare for the Bloodwake Berserkers. They're on death's bed, and they have gotten absolutely nothing done. Only 22 models left, grinding down the last of these halberds. More shots coming in. This does also imbue minus 18 to leadership, because it gives the base damage by artillery leadership modifier as well as take cover, which is honestly a really nice combo. That's another reason it's so good against Khorne. Ouch. The way you counter the Soul of Damnation is you try and stay out of range of it early, and you want to just, like, capture points, and you try and pull the Chaos, Warrior Chaos army apart a little bit, and you build up some Furies, and you wait for an opportunity to just, like, mass overload into the back lines, and try and take it out that way. Spawn Summon being sent all the way into the backfield, it is probably not going to even get there with enough time to do enough damage. To kill that thing. We'll keep an eye on it. There are two ways to kill the Soul of Damnation without killing it in melee combat, and that's Skull Cannons, who actually can kill this thing pretty quickly if you know what to do. I'll show you what that is after the battle. And then there's also breath attacks from the Exalted Bloodthirster. And yeah, Tommy's paying attention, drops the artillery piece, just runs away. The spawn are gonna go down in a minute. I'm so curious if they can attack the Soul of Damnation without the crew on it. I don't think they can. That'd be pretty cool if you could kill the artillery piece and ignore the crew. I think it would be pretty nice, because a lot of factions struggle dealing with this thing. The Soul of Damnation is, like, borderline oppressive for what it does. It is insanely powerful. Fleshhound's fighting in the back line. Khorngor's moving up. You know, Khorne is down really badly on damage value. If they were down, like, maybe 1,000, they could be keeping this really close and being in an okay position, but just losing this much momentum and losing such an expensive unit for absolutely zero gain, not something that you're going to come back from on a regular occasion. Khorne typically outmuscles the Warriors of Chaos in much closer games than this, though. If you can keep your Marauder Horsemen alive and just counter skirmish the Warriors of Chaos, that's one way you can stay in this. Arbol going down sucks. Archaon is just too much for a lot of the Khorne Lords to handle. Valkia can do okay damage to him as long as she's got Demon Shield active. Otherwise, she just gets wrecked by him. Arbol needs to be on the Flesh Hound, and he can, like, run away from Archeon. He's difficult to contend with. Exalted Bloodthirsters can be pretty good against Warriors of Chaos because Archeon can't really touch them up in the air. And they have the added utility of being good against the Soul of Damnation. And get to pick and choose their engagements against him. They're pretty expensive, though. That's like the one downside to those things. Arbol did well on foot there. The problem was he couldn't really move around the battlefield and support any of the other fights, though. So it just ended up being isolated at the end of the game there. And Archeon just moved in and, you know, gave him that last little walloping to finish him off. Rotting Riders, Knights of Immolation were very well used. Soul of Damnation, same deal. The melee core for the Warriors of Chaos is almost always going to lose to Khorne Infantry. Delaying your front line fight as long as possible so you don't lose like tons of momentum on points is a pretty good idea and a good way to go about taking fights in this matchup. Like, just send your Marauder Great Weapons to your home objective and use the Halberds to go, like, slow push down another. And force Khorne to maneuver their slow-ass infantry between the points. And you can shoot them all the way in the meantime with your own horsemen. And... oh yeah, not this. I'm going to show y'all real quick how you can kill a, kill the Soul of Damnation as Khorne with Skull Cannons. It's a little finicky, but I've been fairly successful with it. We just need to put a Chaos Lord on foot. There are drawbacks and caveats to playing this kind of a build. But but what? 2 of the 3 games in tournaments against high-level opponents where I've used this strategy to kill the Soul of Damnation, I've just auto-won those 2 matches. Because, you know, Chaos lost this thing, and then they couldn't trade against the Armored Infantry. The one matchup where I lost it was, I fumbled my Lord really badly, and my units just ended up running, and then the Skull Cannons crumbled out, even though I killed the artillery piece. So that is one thing that you need to be aware of. You take them off fire at will, you can just kind of roll them forward a little bit. Spread out a little. You want to close the gap a little bit, and you target like right here behind the crew. And you see the Skull Cannons are actually fairly accurate at hitting the Hell Cannon. And they fire just about as quickly as well. You can usually accurately hit this thing often enough to be able to kill this in like 3 or 4 volleys from your Skull Cannons. And they're very long range, so they're pretty easy to keep safe from enemy skirmishers. You can see, occasionally they'll just miss. You can always retarget if you're feeling like they're not shooting accurately enough. Sometimes that resets their target priority. For whatever reason, if you just click it again, the first shot tends to be the more accurate, and then they get more inaccurate as time goes on. That's anecdotal. It might just be total nonsense, but you can see it's dead. And the Skull Cannon, or the Hell Cannon, just doesn't do enough damage in return. And then it's on your opponent to like engage you, which is really nice. Flipping the battlefield that way. Once you kill the Soul of Damnation, you've killed your, like I said, you've killed your opponent's main answer for your armored infantry, and you can really dominate the battlefield at that point. That's a secret little tech for all of you who are watching the stream right now. It's pretty awesome. You do run the risk of your opponent not bringing the Soul of Damnation. And then the Skull Cannons are a lot less effective, but I do still think Skull Cannons are fairly worthwhile to bring in today's meta. They can still do respectable damage. As long as you have good micro on Skull Cannons, them losing a lot of armor-piercing vortex damage doesn't make that big of a difference. They're still high-impact units. They're still good at clearing out armored infantry. You can go with like a kite play style as Khorne if you bring the Skull Cannons and do pretty well that way. It's a fun little tech build. Oh, and we're going back to replays. What time is it? I'm going for a few hours. I'm gonna just keep going. I'm gonna try and get through the rest of the replays. There's so many, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. I've been pretty thorough going over all of them as well. Just because I want to give everybody the opportunity to get their replays casted with as much attention to detail as possible. So if I need to, I'll do some more replays tomorrow. Will be my my next opportunity. So we got Nurgle versus Vampire Counts. It's a brutal matchup for Vampire Counts, man. Nurgle has their own really powerful Mortis engine. Oh my god, is it? Oh, there it is. Pestilent Decay is here. Okay. You either bring Kugath or you bring the Exalted Great Unclean One. Either one works. Kha'Zix is cool because he'll hard counter the White Kings. White Kings, like I said, usually pretty strong at beating up lots of other really expensive single entities while being fairly tanky, but Kha'Zix will absolutely body them. Even in a 2v1, he'll win. He can also kill Kemmler as well. Excuse me. The absolute messiest sips of all time.
So many corpses to fertilize this earth. Death and rebirth. Nurgle's cause.
Dude, it's so cool because the bell actually rings with the little dinger in the middle, like hitting the edges. It's actually kind of sick. It's a really small thing that I enjoy immensely. Festering Stooges, lots of Forsaken, gonna be capping points early and giving Nurgle a little bit of a heads-up lead. Graveguard Great Weapons, some Halberds, you've obviously got the White Kings, they're on horseback. So they'll be able to stay away from the Great Unclean One. What Nurgle is going to want to do is use the Great Unclean One on one point with the Festering Stooges and maybe, yeah, the Plague Bearer to hold the point while Kha'Zix and then the rest of the Nurgle army tries to just control one of the others. They might be able to just hold the outside points. We'll see what Broccoli does here. Broccoli has not lost a single one of these matchups before, though, so I don't anticipate it being that different this time. She's very good at playing Nurgle into the Vampire Counts. If you look at the win rates on Total Tavern, I'm pretty sure it's fairly even right now, but I think that's pretty deceptive. I think Nurgle has a huge edge in this matchup, generally speaking. The Unholy Lodestones moving up. We got the Graveguard and the Sternsman moving in. The Festering Stooges obviously have the Unholy Hand Grenades. They should really look to use it against the Great Weapon Graveguard. The Sternsmen are the least efficient target. The Halberds aren't that big of a threat. They are good against the bigger targets, but not really so good against anything else. Scabsgrace wasted on Forsaken. Absolute worst target for that. Sternsman moving in. And Festering Stooges not getting their grenades off. Are they going to throw? Doesn't look like they will. Really good Stream of Corruption. Oh, beautiful Stream of Corruption. And now the Mortis Engine going to start leeching the life out of everything that the Vampire Count's having here. Pestilent Decay does massive damage. It more than makes up for any healing that Unholy Lodestones give. Heinrich Kemmler's healing stacked up on top of the Unholy Lodestone, though, could make a good difference here. Kasich finds one of the corpse carts. White Kings and Kemmler come out here to try and save it. Keeping it out of combat for an extended period of time, though, alone will be nice. Those Streams of Corruption are just ruining the Sternsman and the Graveguard, though. It's such an effective spell, man. Especially Overcast. It does 36 full AP magic damage. And, you know, there's not a lot you can do about that. There's no real way to kill the Exalted Great Unclean One super early in the matchup. If he's able to sit and just cast like that all game, he'll almost always end up with like 7,000 value in this particular matchup. Because of the Mortis engine as well. Just being able to hammer everything down. Kasich in a 3v1 does look to be trying to pull out here. Corpse Cart did escape. Just more Streams of Corruption. Furies in here. Throwing axes. Focus firing. Nurgle controlling the number 3. The Forsaken are very healthy. They could probably stand to get up in here and help out some. Graveguard great weapons out in the open field where they're going to get ruined by these throwing axes. Really good Scab Scrape there, though. Not enough damage to get rid of those throwing axes, but a respectable amount. God, if only there was some hounds over here, but the Dire Pack and the Fellbats got stuffed back by Nurgle for a little while there. I believe it was a bunch of Furies that were just swarming around back here, keeping them all occupied. And Duck is having a much harder time than against Khorne. Kasich's pretty beat up, though. Doesn't have any of his items or his Flylord's Blessing or anything, but he still has his regeneration, of course, so reasonably tanky. Does need a heal here. What the hell is... Oh, he's on top of the Halberds. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, the Halberd's doing some pretty serious damage to poor Kasich there. We do have the double White Kings. Putting some serious work in against the Exalted Great Unclean. Oh, and is Krell in here too? No, Krell's on the other side. Which value does he have? Oh, he might have been hitting Kasich as well. But the Exalted Great Unclean One's looking alright for the most part. 3,100 value is suffering a little bit. Are the White Kings going to kill the Great Unclean One? That would be brutal for Nurgle, man. They really need that guy around. Good invo. Not saving a lot of stuff here, though. Most of it's pretty much dead and gone already. I mean, the Stern's been heal capped pretty early on. Fecundity, really nice heal for the Exalted. Getting them up to, you know, 6,800. Maneuvering away from the White Kings and Kemmler. Gonna use the Forsaken and some Plague Bearers here to try and save his bacon. The Festering Stooges, very healthy. Big value on them. Haven't used any of their ammo, unfortunately. The ammo is pretty important for their value trading, but, you know, just being super durable against the Vampire Counts isn't a bad thing either. They're very vulnerable to Scab Scraths, which I would really like to have seen used on them. They've been used a little bit inefficiently this game. They got used on Forsaken early on. They got used on the Horsemen and did okay damage, but nothing too severe. Comrade Duck is obviously a pretty decent Vampire Counts player, but falling to Broccoli's Fury here. Really good focus with the Furies as well. Using 2 of them to come and bully this Vargeist, who's just getting absolutely ruined. This is why Vargeists are a little risky against Chaos factions. Furies in conjunction, in tandem with one another, just obliterate the Vargeist, man. Kasich holding in, soaking up a lot of aggro from the Black Knights right now, and the throwing axes making mincemeat of those cavalry. And continuing to hold in with the Exalted Great Unclean One, dude. I mean, even with some fairly effective like, counter units. Just isn't able to finish the big boy off, and Kemmler goes down here to the big beastie. 5,000 value on him right now. Could be getting a lot more. Doesn't really need to, though. Just needs to stay alive at this point. Pops a Miasma Pestilence on one of the White Kings. Dire Pack coming in. This could be an opportunity to kill this guy. The Dire Pack could get in underneath this fight, and they've got respectable anti-large bonus. With a good surround, they might be able to drag this guy down. Another Fecundity coming in. Kasich is here to support now. The White Kings are looking pretty gassed currently. I don't think they're going to be able to hit in around the 53 melee defense effectively anymore. And yeah, one White King crumbling. We do get the Unholy Hand Grenades coming in now, finally. Hitting the other White King pretty nicely. Kasich with 1,100 value. Dire Pack chasing down all of the Horsemen here, pushing them pretty far back. Black Coach with some respectable value. But Nurgle looking very dominant on the points. I mean, there's one zombie holding the number 1, and that's like it. I mean, there's nothing else available for the Vampire counts at this stage of the game. We'll fast forward through it. I don't think Duck is going to tap out. If they were going to, they would have tapped out when Kemmler went down. That was kind of the last chance they had, is killing the Great Unclean One and keeping their Lord alive. But without him, there's just nothing that they're going to be able to do here. They can trot out all of the infantry that they want, but the throwing axes will still be able to do good damage to the infantry while drawing aggro from the Dire Pack. Broccoli doing a pretty good job of harassing with Furies as well. Has a triple cap, has the Rotting Riders on the field as well, who are just a hard counter to pretty much everything except the Graveguard Halberds. Little lapse in micro, Halberds get a little damage there. Furies do go down, but they've delayed for a long time. And Nurgle is just racking up those points now, man. Rotting Riders coming in. They should just kill this White King on the charge. I mean, they'll get their AP anti-large attacks in on him and pull him apart. He's just like he's basically like a drumstick on a Saturday night right now. Yeah, ouch. Down he goes. Rotting Riders don't really want to be fighting the Halberds, and Broccoli does pull them out really cleanly. More Horsemen coming in with the throwing axes. Black Coach has been used really well, but that's about it. Direwolves up top getting killed. Forsaken and Nurglings holding that point. Festering Stooges. Forsaken in the middle with the Exalted Plaguebearer, who's not looking to overextend. He could come over here and start racking up some more value. Again, 7,000 is not too uncommon for Nurgle, for like well-used Exalted Great Unclean Ones or Kugath in this matchup. Broccoli did a very good job with him in this game. There's lots of little micro-positioning things that happen in the Vampire Counts matchups. Because you're going to be in blob fights, having high-mass units that can push around in those fights and find opportunities to do damage in the midst of all of the chaos can be very important. And the Exalted Great Unclean Ones and Kugath are really good at it, and keeping them in positions where they've got their own infantry on top of them while avoiding, say, like Graveguard Halberds or White Kings or any other potential counters to the large targets is usually enough to give you the win, while keeping the big guys alive. Really good stuff. The throwing axes weren't super impactful. That's kind of a shock. I mean, Broccoli is usually good enough to be grinding out like double value on those guys on a regular basis, but not this time. Comrade did a pretty good job of disrupting them, but just wasn't able to win in any of the other important areas. The White Kings did great, of course, but they, you know, effectively wasted all that value because a lot of it's tied up in the Great Unclean One, who was very healthy at the end. Kemmler just is a letdown sometimes. He can't win every matchup. I don't think he's bad against Nurgle, but I do think that Vampire Counts have better options against the against the Plague Father's forces. The Angels of Decay are here as a counter to Mortis Engines. If the Mortis Engine comes in, and your Marauder Horsemen can't really kill it, you got the Angels of Decay with their support from the Furies to keep them safe from Vargeist and Fellbats, and then just shoot this thing down. We'll see about it, man. I mean, Lazuka's got a pretty good wide build here. And Greenskins can struggle pretty mightily against the Dowie if they don't micro well and they don't have the right kinds of units out on the field. But it's definitely a pretty even matchup, provided you don't just totally fumble the bag. Like I said, Dowie just tend to be a little bit lackluster in domination mode if they aren't holding objectives early, because they're really stalwart. They just don't have any melee infantry to speak of, and their good melee infantry are stupid expensive. Like Doomseekers and Longbeards are pretty pricey. Ironbreakers are like 1250 gold. I do really like Ironbreakers, though. They can be very high impact. Grom is coming in with all of the items and abilities. I don't really think you need a lot of this. The Axe of Grom, especially, I don't think is all that great. Degraden is here is alright, but I really prefer him with Lucky Banner and Language of the Boys, and that's it. Just because when you're playing against the Dowie especially, you don't really want to leave them in any fights where you're trying to like dual characters like Axe of Grom is designed for. And then also the Graydon is here is a durational buff that is really only most useful if he's sticking around for an extended period of time. And that's just not happening on the reg. Good disruption with the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers against the Miners. These Miners don't have the blasting charges. Where are the blasting charges? Oh, they're out on the other objectives here. Some are over here, even. Oh, man. That's rough. Fanatics moving around the flank here. Sneaky, sneaky. Are they revealed? Not yet. They do spot the Miners in the forest. God, if they get into the backfield and shut down the bolt throwers, that'd be awesome. But they do get revealed finally, so they are visible to the Dowie player now. Squig Hopper is still charging down the Miners. You can just send the Orc Boys in at this point. More Squig Hoppers moving up, but they get hit by the blasting charges. Take a disgusting amount of damage here, which is really awful for them. You know, they can be a little bit squishy if they get nailed by something like that. Grom taking a little bit of damage. The the Trollhammer Torpedoes out here, hammering him pretty good. Grom's really good in this matchup, provided he doesn't get nailed by cannons and Trollhammers. What he should really be doing right now is maneuvering over and bullying these two Miners, because they're a little bit far away from the Trollhammer Torpedoes. And if you pull the Trollhammer Torpedoes over to where Grom is, then the Colossal Squig you've got can also just go ham on the Miners. Colossal Squigs are really good at killing infantry. They have amazing collision attacks, great charge animations. They're a very high impact unit. Is being shot at by the bolt throwers. One bolt thrower crew getting shut down now. Grumbling Guard and the Slayers coming out to defend. You do have the Fanatics. I'd love to see those right about now. Actually, really well timed and utilized. You know, not the most damage in the world, but there at the end, they get some pretty good contact against the Slayers. So, honestly, pretty respectable. Just about paying for themselves, those Night Goblins with the one cast. More Night Gobbos, where they at? I don't really see them. Dive into the backline with the Squig Hoppers. Oh, and more Fanatics moving around the edge of the battlefield. Super sneaky from Jaden. Stealth tactics and domination mode are actually pretty awesome. You can get some really good engagements by utilizing stalking units like this and just pushing them into backlines while your opponent is just completely unaware. More good value out of those loons. Very impressed with the utilization of those. You know, it takes a lot of wherewithal to remember that you've got them for one, and also just getting good solid casts off. So the Grumbling Guard are hanging in there, doing their best. They're not quite saving this Bolt Thrower crew, though. They've taken a lot of casualties. And the Colossal Squig is rampaging, but it is flattening more miners, which is a great situation for them. Grom's still struggling to provide a lot of value, but he is alive, and the Trollhammer torpedoes are a little locked down right now. Orc Boys are all over them. Another Fanatics cast. Another one hitting some more Slayers over here. This back pressure has been really great. It's keeping the Dowie off balance. And while the Fanatics aren't trading spectacularly down there, they're holding up the focus fire from a lot of the Dowie missiles long enough for the frontline engagement to swing in the favor of the Greenskins. They have lost a lot of their initial formation, but they've pushed in a lot of reinforcements behind it, just because they're quicker and able to get to the front line faster than the Dwarves, who just can't get on the points even, man. I mean, they're like all the way pushed back, and they're losing the number 1 now. Another Night Goblin Squig Hopper summon coming in. Should be able to hammer down these miners without too many issues. Orc Boys holding on the number 2. Black Orc, great weapons. Up here grinding with the assistance of some trolls. Should be able to ruin both of these Dowie warriors. Some nasty Skulkers coming out too. I really like this build, dude. It's really cool. Grom is going in on the Dowie Lord. The Dowie Lord has, yeah, the Star Metal plate, which is, you know, pretty decent. But Grom should be able to win that fight, even if he just stays there. But he decides to pull back. Better to keep him safe, honestly, I would say. The Dowie do have a little bit of a value lead. And they did secure their backline, and the Bolt Throwers are all online. A couple of them are uncrewed, but the majority of them do have enough people on them. This one's fully stocked up, but another Night Goblin unit moving in now. And there are nasty Skulkers out here with more Night Goblin Fanatics, and they shut down the miners that were moving in. They might be able to get back in the... oh my god, dude. Just the relentless energy from these little Night Gobbos is just overwhelming the Dowie Bolt Thrower crew. Having to constantly defend this is just brutal for the Dwarves as well. And Grom is behind some trees, and the Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes can't hit them. And the nasty Skulkers moving right up through the cover here. Getting out into the open and closing ground really quickly on those Trollhammer torpedoes. And a Squig summon from the Night Gobbo War Boss. Here he is. Or the Night Goblin Big Boss, I should say. Getting right up into the Iron Drakes. Squig herds. Going to do some pretty good damage to the Iron Drake crews. One of them probably going to be dead here. The other is barely holding in. Thunderer's trying to peel for them. Little bit too much to ask of that poor Thunderer. And the Colossal Squig screaming down the hill now. You can see them trying to form ranks and avoid the damage from this thing. And a couple of guys just take a nasty swing from it. Big damage. We got Mangler Squigs coming up now. Gonna be pretty respectable. They do okay damage. They just about pay for themselves in this matchup, as long as they're not getting gunned down before they get into combat. Grom and the Big Boss find the Dowie Lord doing some big damage to this guy. Oh, and he's on the Squig, which is really cool. Brutal. Oh, the Dowie Lord dying here for sure, man. Big ouch. You know, Jaden just being very patient, not overstretching the forces. Good pushes into the backfield with some sneaky stuff. Good value out of those sneaky units. And Dowie just haven't gotten good value out of their shooting, man. The Trollhammer torpedoes just barely paid for themselves. One of them didn't
One of
even.
your units has been destroyed.
Thunders are pretty low impact, and the Dowie Warriors just, they can hold, but they just don't win, man. They just don't win. And Slayers are going to just get swarmed down by garbage the rest of this game. The way that you beat Slayers and Giant Slayers is throw cheap, high damage units into them. And that 0 armor really comes back and bites the Dowie in the ass. They're so cool. Unfortunately, they just aren't going to make it work here.
Glory is yours.
Time is pretty much run out on the Dowie. There's like no way back onto the points even, so Lazuka is going to be calling it here. Grumbling Guard got some respectable value. Slayers were okay. Blasting Charges were really lackluster, actually. It's just too many Miners, I think. Miners are just bad units, like the standard versions, and Blasting Charges losing AP has made them a lot weaker as well. Defending 2 Bolt Thrower crews against the Greenskins, I think, is a big ask. I would much rather see a bunch of Rangers and Quarrelers and the like. Because I think the Orcs are going to have a much harder time against a big missile line. Just IMO. Really nicely done by Jaden. And our Dowie main there just needs to refine this build a little bit. I mean, I don't think bolt throwers are bad. I just think it's a big investment to bring 2 of them. You would probably be better off with a single cannon or 1 organ gun. 1 organ gun can be really, really powerful for you. It does a lot of damage. Still fairly long range. It's pretty easy to defend them as well. Just because you're defending 1 artillery piece instead of multiple. And there's only 4 models to protect. I think that's a pretty good way to go about it. Bolt thrower crews are nice because you have 8 models. But they're so spread out that it can be a little hard to like fully protect them. There's almost always a way in on the crew if you're determined enough to get them. And Jaden certainly was. Ooh. This is a matchup that I haven't seen a lot of. I mean, to be quite fair, you don't see Grand Cathay all that often anyways. So I'm very curious to see what Drakthor is able to rally up in the way of damage and matchup knowledge against the Greenskins here. You got 3 Crane Gunners, a Zhongu War Drum, and a lot of Jade Warriors with a Celestial General who... Let's see. He's got to be on the Celestial Lion, right? With the rest of this force, I don't think this is enough to preclude him from being on the mount. Yeah, he is on the Celestial Lion, which is a really good mount for him. You know, he's got Fearsome Roar, which removes ITP and lowers leadership. Really crazy ability, honestly. Lord of Grand Cathay is really nice for imbuing melee defense and some Phys Res. Celestial Sweep, very powerful damage-dealing ability. Pretty small radius, but just a ton of damage, dude. And the Brass Cleaver as well, so very decked-out Celestial General, actually. Pretty much all of the abilities. Crane Gunners and the Jade Warriors pushing up. Bandits of the Silver Road getting a little far forward. The Wolf Riders could have charged these guys down, but they will trade at range okay as well, I guess. It's an interesting unit to see. You don't see them too often. And Crane Gunners opening up here. Big damage on the Wolf Riders right now. Spirit Leech going down Celestial General from the Hag. Or no, I forget Azag is out here. He's got Hag in his name, right? He's a River Troll Hag and Spirit, I guess. But yeah, Buna and Spirit Leech, pretty good spells. You know, a lot of the Grand Cathay Lords don't have healing. Celestial General especially vulnerable to it, so I really like Azag's inclusion here. keeping him really far back
We have
and
victory
overcasting
point.
Spirit Leech, not a bad idea just because of how many Crane Gunners are on the field, so I think you can justify utilizing that over the course of the rest of the game, and just sniping the Lord out of Grand Cathay will probably net you some serious gains. You just want to avoid fighting with the Zhanggu War Drum being on that middle point. If you can use the Arrow Boys to kill the Zhanggu War Drum and then engage, that's what you should be going for. Because taking a head-up fight here, your Orc Boys are going to get absolutely bodied by these Jade Warriors. They just have far inferior stats. Way better armor from the Jade Warriors. Although, do need to switch over to Disdain of the Dragon Emperor. Bastion of the Great Cities is not very effective. It does give expert charge defense, though. I guess maybe it's worth keeping on until you get into the fights, and then you swap over. The extra armor is just not as powerful, in my experience. But Fire Rain Rocket comes in, getting some good shots off. We've got Jade Warrior Halberds moving in. No Harmony for the Crane Gunners. Oh no, and Disaster incoming, I think. Wolf Riders may not be great at doing damage in melee combat, but they'll definitely be able to kill Crane Gunners. Drakthor needs to count themselves lucky that it was just a frontal charge and there wasn't a collapse. Because the best way to attack this Crane Gunner is you send one Hound in the front, one loops around the back, and another goes and engages on one of the other shooting units, and it's a guaranteed kill with an easy follow-up, and you just pinball through the remainder. Zhanggu War Drum needs to be focused down here, man. The Orc Arrow Boys are just on fire at will, which is a very inefficient use of their time and effort. Fire at will, they just kind of scatter fire at whatever is in their arc. They don't really focus anywhere. That can work sometimes, but not when you've got a big centerpiece unit here, because it's giving Harmony to the front line, which makes the Jade Warriors that much better, and they are beating those Orc Boys down pretty nicely. So Azag does get his Spirit Leech off, but he just stops moving. Really need to be on top of your micro with him as your Lord, because he's very squishy. Doesn't have a ton of health. I mean, 7,000's respectable. But, you know, the Bandits of Silver Road were shooting him a little bit. You're trying to kill the Celestial General as quickly as possible. Hobgoblin Wolf Riders on the ground here have his attention. Azag gets onto the rear of them. Should be able to get a couple of attacks in here. Misses, unfortunately. And Crane Gunners do get resecured, and the Wolf Riders pushed way back. Not in any position to try and hammer those units down. You're just wasting your time attacking these Jade Warriors, man. Just walk around them. Ignore them and go for the fire support. If you kill Cathay's ranged units here, you'll be guaranteeing yourself a much better fight in the late game. Azag, Spirit Leeching, yet again. Oh, but some Onyx Croman come in and get the surround off on Azag. And the Celestial General persevering through all of the Spirit Leeches, man. One bad engagement from Azag is his death sentence. And Direwolf is going to start falling behind real quick here. Does have a little bit going for him on the middle. Orc Biggins do get on the Zhanggu War Drum. Finally doing some serious damage to him. They have Fire Rain Rockets. It's done okay, you know. I mean, it's got 1,200 value. It's killed a bunch of Arrow Boys, I guess. Done a little damage to some of the other infantry. Probably a target here, actually, because there's a lot of blobbed up stuff right here. And the Jade Warriors, they're pretty much worn out now, but they've done a respectable job holding. Really not as much value as I really would have imagined them having currently. Interesting. We'll see if Direwolf's still able to pull this off, but losing their Lord is just absolutely awful, man. The Celestial General does break and is potentially going to rat off the field, though. Looks like he might rally on the edge. He should just go sit in the corner and think about what he's done. And yeah, you can see now that the Lord is dead. Lord fled recently. Big breaks in the front line fighting for the Greenskins. They do have this middle objective. I don't know how long they're going to hold it. They've just got just waves and waves and waves of infantry coming up, though. But the Jade Lancers and the Onyx Crowmen should be able to start clearing them out, surely. One Boarboy Biggin is just not enough mobility. I really like the Fire Rain Rocket, too. 2,000 value, 250 kills. Crane Gunners just firing all game. Not a lot of damage, though. Very low impact Crane Gunners, which is honestly a little shocking. I guess without the Harmony, they're just not that good, man. Which kind of sucks. Maybe just going with the Fire Rain Rockets and bringing some Jade Warrior Crossbows might be better next time. Jade Warrior Crossbows will outtrade the Orc Airboys pretty badly. And they're a little bit harder to kill than Crane Gunners, so I would look into that, maybe. The Crane Gunners just, I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to get their value back at this point. Like, maybe one or two of them can, but they've used almost all their ammo, and they just are not even close to getting 1,000 value back. Just kind of horrible. Cathay is getting some movement on the points again. Celestial General hanging out in the back, doing his thing. Boarboy Biggin streaming out onto the field. We need some infantry for Cathay. They just don't have any bodies to hold on to objectives, man. They got some Halberds over here, some Jade Warriors here. The Zhanggu War Drum is still alive, supporting this one Jade Warrior that just refuses to break on this middle objective. Crane Gunners still firing and just continuing to be incredibly lackluster, man. What is going on with these guys? I mean, they're just like, are they not hitting shots, or what is the deal? It does actually look like they're making contact. It just baffles me, man. Fire Rain Rocket needs to get on summon so you can get some more stuff out. Jade Lancers taking some fights against Boarboy Biggins and not doing too hot there. Empress Crowmen need to be used a little bit more aggressively. More Onyx Crowmen to clear out the Savage Orcs would be a pretty good idea. All these Jade Lancers coming up, man. I don't know if they're going to be able to outtrade the Greenskins Cavalry. I mean, having heavy-hitting AP anti-large cav against your own heavy cavalry, usually not a very good trade for something like a Jade Lancer, dude. They're just getting dragged down right now. And they're behind on tickets. With really no clear way to get back into this one. A lot of supplies for Direwolf. Maybe gonna resummon Azag. It should be pretty close to being able to resummon him. Man, oh my god. Are we gonna see a loss just because Crane Gunners fumbled this bag? You gotta be kidding me, dude. Oh my god, Cathay. Come on, man. It's just so sad. I mean, this faction just does not work very well in domination mode. And I think, honestly, I mean, they're a little bit better in land battle, but they're not even all that good there either. I really think that probably what Cathay needs to do is just bring their Jade Warrior crossbows or something. Trying to use these Crane Gunners against a Chaff faction is not working out, obviously. I think against a faction with higher quality, more expensive infantry, maybe you can justify bringing these guys, but 3 of them, not paying off at all. And the Jade Lancers are just not going to get done either, man. They've been pretty mediocre. One doing okay out here, but one on the #1 objective there just got absolutely ripped apart. Almost paying for itself, but not able to hold on to this or even take the point away. Azag versus a Celestial Lion. Incoming duel for the skies. And the fate of the game. Oh, and Azag got the overcasted Spirit Leech off and snipes the Celestial General out of the sky. Oh, that sucks. Big waste of a Buna, though, to be honest. Really should have used it on this Jade Lancer. Using it on the Bandits of Silver Road had no HP. Definitely not where it needed to go. Needed to be on this cavalry unit. We'll just fast forward through this. Drakthor's got 2,300 gold. I don't know what you're going to bring in to, like, make this game happen. I mean, the Greenskins, I swore were going to lose this. But they're developing a mobility advantage again. There are halberds on this point. Spirit Leech going down on the Celestial Lion. And we do have Azag in us around here. This game has been bizarre, honestly. Okay, the Fire Rain Rocket comes back out. It did get unsummoned. Brought back out in reserve. But why are you bringing in more Crane Gunners? Don't do it! They were so bad already. Compounding on that again, I just don't see working out, man. I mean, you need all 3 points. You need aggressive units on the field. I mean, I guess to be fair, there's not really anything that fits that building for Cathay. You're going to get some friendly fire here, which is going to suck. You do get breaks on the cavalry there. Getting a little movement on the number 3 for the Greenskins. It's just Wolf Riders. They're not going to take that. Not a lot of units for the Greenskins on the field now. Maybe this is where Cathay is able to finally get the game locked down, dude. Jade Lancers cleaning up some Wolf Rider archers. I think resummoning Azag might have actually been a big mistake, honestly. I think more numbers would have been better because you stopped summoning in reinforcements, right? And then Cathay was able to take these objectives, and they're going to be able to hang on to them now. And Azag has just been kind of bad. I mean, he's just not a very good duelist character. And, you know, Direwolf's kind of been using him that way. That's just not ever really going to work for you. Crane Gunners firing into the trees, fortunately. Azag does need to get out of here. Run him to the back of the map or something. Keep him safe. Azag's very reliant on the magic. Without that, if he's trying to, like, cycle charge targets, he's just going to get shot down or just not have the goods to be able to carry the game. Jade Lancers disrupting a lot of Greenskin units, and they can't get up on the number 2 in time. We do have some halberds moving in. Fire Rain Rocket trickling way up into the front line. Really scary spot for it to be sitting in. Drakthor does have some stuff to protect it, but it's mostly Crane Gunners who, as we've seen, have not been getting a whole lot of damage done. Bands of the Silver Road out. Is Cathay going to lose this because they don't send enough stuff up onto the points? They just don't have the caps. Come on, no, don't let it happen this way. I don't know if there was enough, there's just not enough cap weight coming up onto the field here, man. We do have the Squig Herds being pushed back. Orc Biggins getting up on the point. Gonna be able to hold this. Gotta have infantry. I mean, you're getting some damage done. Crane Gunners, again, just not contributing enough here. Yeah, the number 2 is going to flip to the Greenskins here in a minute. And that's going to be a triple cap and the absolute last possible position that Cathay can afford here. Oh, man. Ouch. I gotta say, I've never been more disappointed in a unit in my entire life, man. These Crane Gunners really were a huge drain on Cathay's time and attention and value trading. Everything about them was disappointing. I mean, one of them came out 2 times and barely paid for its first summon, which is absolutely ridiculous. Everything else in the Cathay army was honestly pretty good. I mean, the Celestial General could have been used a little bit better. The Warriors were fine. Halberd's not a bad idea in this matchup. Maybe not the best, though. Probably actually Peasant Long Spears would have been okay. Actually, never mind. Peasant Long Spears really bad here. They're just going to get killed by everything that the Greenskins have. So yeah, I mean, the halberds are fine. You just get rid of these frickin' crane gunners. They were awful. Oh my god. Disgustingly bad. And I think you'd be able to win this. Direwolf played pretty well, but being more careful with Azeg is a must. I mean, he's an insanely micro-intensive lord. You could bring literally any other character and be better off. And do a little bit more solid. You just want to get, the basics under your belt before you start going for risky picks like this. The big uns were solid but unspectacular. Squig herds are pretty good. I do like them into Grand Cathay. I think you probably only want to bring like 2 or 3 at most. And focusing on bringing out the Boarboy Biggins to control the cavalry and any Onyx Crowmen is way more important. Yeah, better luck next time, Cathay. They really got let down by just the mediocre faction mechanics there. Which I really hope they get a rework, dude. Oh, made to counter Legatus. That's a good idea, though, Jaden. Building to counter players is a good idea. You just don't want to assume every player is the same, like, builds, you know? Build makes a big difference in domination mode. There's not a lot of build roulette, like true build roulette, but there are definitely times where your opponent's starting army can really keep you on the back foot for an extended period in the opening stages of a battle. And can get them into a winning position. So there's a little bit of it. It's just a lot more back and forth. But building to try and counter your a specific player's style is a really good idea. I say go for it. Piston and Smoky Loco going to be scrapping here. Valkia coming in here with some Marauders. We've got Korngors. The Slaughter Guard are here. Very expensive unit. Going to get wrecked by these Lead Belchers. I would keep them back until you've developed out some Furies and Hounds. Some more throwing axes to be able to get up into the Lead Belchers. Because you're going to need to keep those shut down while your infantry closes the gap. Or you're just going to get killed here, man. Khorne's pretty decent into Ogre Kingdoms. Smoky Loco has a very clean build, though.
Not the end. Prove your martial prowess to Khorne.
Hell yeah. Smoky Loco has a very good build for countering Khorne, though. Just like Noblar Kingdom, some Golgs, Man-Eaters. These guys are an absolute beastly unit in this matchup. They do insane damage to any armored infantry. They fight reasonably well, even against Minotaurs and stuff. They can kill cavalry, they can kill Furies really well, they can fight Korngors with some support. We do get a charge onto the Noblar Trappers, but they hold up surprisingly well and are getting some really good Ninja Star shots in here. Poking these guys down fairly effectively. Some throwing axes on the way out, getting a little damage in on the Man-Eaters, which is really cost-effective value for Khorne. Not killing any models. There should be, like, Troll Guts and Heal Magic in the back pocket for the Ogre Kingdoms here. Which will do some good work for them. Blood Vultures coming in. They will wreck these Horsemen on the ground if they get the charge off. And they do land in here. Start to really pile in some good damage, man. No, don't lose your Horsemen like this. You really need those guys. Oh my god, not like this. Valkia, what are you doing, buddy? I don't want to be too harsh. I mean, this is just like a beginner mistake that you're going to learn real quick not to ever do this again, man. Because the Golgs Man-Eaters absolutely shred Valkia. I mean, they bully her. I mean, they lock her in place with higher mass. Gold gets in here as well. Him and his boys are just gonna, they're gonna kill Valkia in no time flat, man. Lead Belchers do get jumped on by the Flesh Hounds. Really good dive onto those while your opponent is occupied elsewhere, but you're going to lose your Lord. And the Fleshies, I don't think are going to be able to kill all the Lead Belchers. The Lead Belchers will get healed up, and even with smaller number of models, they'll still just get huge damage done against your infantry that are moving in. Slaughter Guard wandering up. They're going to fight Pigback Riders and do some good work there. Nobblar Flingers get wrecked by Sloupnir, but Valkia is just dead. I mean, she's done. You can't fumble Valkia like that. Valkia is really good against the Ogre Kingdoms. She is probably your strongest Lord option, but she really needs to be used a lot more sparingly than that. What she does in the early game is she flies around, looks for an opportunity to drop Sloupnir, and then she wants to try and land on Lead Belchers and fight them there. While you want to get Minotaurs up to kill the Man-Eaters and Golg. Her diving in like that was just a big mistake. But it's okay, it happens. Piston's trading reasonably well. Other than that, the problem is just the Khorne's leadership is going to be just abysmal for the rest of this game, and they're not going to be able to find a whole lot of success here. The Man-Eaters rush in to clear out a Khorngor unit. There's really good focus fire from the Trappers. This is what Smokey needed to be doing against Broccoli. I mean, basically the same build would have bodied that Nurgle army that he ended up losing to. Probably just, you know, not super experienced on Ogre Kingdoms. Bringing a much more refined build this time around. And profiting pretty immensely. Ogre Kingdoms are really strong. You don't have to play the meta with them. But there are definitely some things that you just absolutely have to do, or you're putting yourself in a really ugly spot with them. And bringing the Trappers and the Flingers with the Pigback Riders in the opening, and then bringing in your Bulls and your mobile support is the way to go, because otherwise Nobblars will just never get onto the field in position to support in time. And you won't have any cover for the Ogre Bulls at that point. Like, they're coming in now as the second wind. And they should be able to get the caps back fairly quickly. They got the number 1. They're getting the number 3 here with some tattered Pigback Riders. Blood Vultures are kind of controlling the air. Should be able to get some rear charges, maybe some leadership breaks, and occupy the Minotaurs. And even maybe kill these Marauder Horsemen. They are dive bombing them right now as we speak. And yeah, their Carrion Frenzy is pretty charged up, so they should be able to get some really, really effective damage in here, because that gives them a huge increase to their melee attack. I mean, it's a maximum of plus 20, which is really, honestly, kind of ridiculous. They are really squishy, though. Have pretty awful leadership in their own right, so they do kind of get steamrolled here, being pretty low on HP. They do a respectable amount of damage here to the Marauder Horsemen, and some Nobblar Trappers getting one really strong volley off. Does break their leadership. Brutal stuff. Nobblar Flingers moving in, looking to fire down on those guys as well. Oh no, the Slaughter Guard. And Minotaurs fighting Golg now. Golg needs help, dude. The Slaughter Guard cleared out a lot of units. Really good value on them. You can't fight, you can't kill everything at once, you know. You gotta pick and choose your engagements at times. Flesh Hounds looking to shut down the Lead Belchers yet again. And the Slaughter Guard and the Minotaurs might kill Golg, and then it would be a... Then I think Khorne would be in a pretty favorable position. They don't have a lot of units on the field, yeah. But leadership on the Ogre Kingdom's units is going to get real ugly here. I mean, they are a very low leadership faction, especially their Nobblars, man. I mean, Nobblar Flingers only have 40 base value, Trappers have 45, Pigback Riders have a little bit more than that, but it's still not amazing, only 55. We do have the Minotaurs being broken here. They didn't value trade very well, but the Slaughter Guard are just grinding out insane amounts of value here. Oh, are they going to break, though? If they break, it's maybe game, set, match for Khorne, because Ogre Kingdoms just need the top objective here. Well, they do get a break and might get the #1 objective back here. Super scrappy play from Khorne right now. I really would have said that they're probably just donezo after losing Valkia like that in the early game, but they've ground out a lot of value utilizing some very high impact units, and the Slaughter Guard just have not been focused down at all, and just continuing to compound on that error by throwing stuff up into melee against them. You don't need to be doing that. So something the Ogre Kingdoms could have done, instead of continuing to like fight on the #2 where there's really strong units, you keep your missiles over here, keep a couple of melee units to like protect, and you just shoot the Slaughter Guard down over time, like slowly but surely wear them out, and then you cap the #3 objective where Khorne is a lot thinner, doesn't really have anything high quality up here. I think that would be the direction to lean to. The Horsemen have come in and they're clearing out a lot of the chaff for the Ogre Kingdoms. Like I said, Marauder Horsemen of Khorne very good at clearing out weak units like that.
You have the foe's victory.
Fleshhounds, 2100 value here, 1200 here, man. Really good performances from them. They got some good jumps early on the Lead Belchers. They're clearing out some Blood Vultures now. Probably not going to be able to beat both of them. Maybe going to give enough time, though, for the triple cap to be resecured, trying to take the #2 objective. Here it is. The Slaughter Guard taking the objective by themselves. They've been all alone pretty much the entire game. 2800 value on them. Horsemen with some Marauders moving up into the back line, stopping up a lot of momentum here for the Ogre Kingdoms. Minotaurs, they did rally and they're charging back up onto the middle point with Khorngors getting up here as well. Khorngor on this objective, and you see Ogre Bulls just not doing very well without Gnoblar support. The Ogre Kingdoms, like these bulls, the dual weapon bulls could probably beat this Khorngor, but only if they've got the support of a Gnoblar underneath them. Otherwise, it's a losing effort every single time.
I knew it.
Wow, Khorne is actually able to take that game. Piston did a really good job of rallying after losing Valkia. I mean, losing her sucked, but got way better value out of the Fleshhounds attacking the Lead Belchers than the Ogre Kingdoms did at breaking Khorne leadership, and the Slaughter Guard were the anchor unit that kind of broke the Camel's back there. I mean, 2800 value on them. They cost 1800, and the Ogre Kingdoms just were never able to deal with them adequately. Golg and the Maneaters just kind of rushed up in there and just took catastrophic damage, man. There's no reason to commit to that fight like that. Smokey could have just stayed back at range with the Flingers and, you know, done a little bit better job protecting the Lead Belchers, and just shot Khorne off of the map here. I think it was maybe overextended trying to do too much at once. And then once Golg and the Maneaters went down, just didn't have the meat on the field to be able to control any of the Khornate army's mobile units. Still getting the pacing right for the Ogres, obviously. Just sticking with them, though, is going to happen. It's going to take some time. Dwarf Box is oppressive on straight line point maps. It can be pretty brutal, man. Dowie can anchor. There's not a lot you can do to move that. Oh, look at this army. Yo. Alright. We got a cool mirror match incoming. Very different builds. We got Goblins backed up by Orc Boys with the Crimson Killers as the centerpiece. And a Rogue Idol. Gonna be trying to scrap over the middle objective on Eastern Isle Colony. Gorbad and a Orc Shaman here. Gonna be the Lord and Hero choice. Azag on the other side. Azag, I mean, you know, I think Direwolf just needs either a little more practice with him or just to forego bringing him regularly and just continue to refine the fundamental mechanics with the greenskins and then try bringing him in. We'll see how he does here. Spirit Leech will be really nice for wearing out the Shaman and Gorbat alike. I don't know who I would focus on primarily, though. I'd probably just Spirit Leech Gorbat. I mean, he's got most of his buffs here. He's a pretty respectable fighter. He can be pretty frustrating to deal with. We do have the Rogue Idol, giving its map-wide leadership buff. Also a little bit of a buff to base weapon damage and armor-piercing weapon damage. Moving up to the number 1 here. First Spirit Leech going down on old Gorbat, man. If you see your opponent's got, like, a sniper character, like, yeah, you want Gorbat up in the front line providing buffs, but you can honestly keep him back here in the trees for a little bit. If your opponent tries to come back here and attack you, you can maybe summon out some missiles to push him back. And then when the front line fight starts, you can, like, send him forward to then start dropping his buffs. And just keep playing from the trees. It's probably not going to matter too much. It's going to take a long time to wear Gorbat out. He's got a decent amount of HP. Azag just chilling. We got the Arrow Boys opening up. And yes, they are focusing the Crimson Kills. Great choice. Now, they're not going to be going down here anytime soon, obviously. But that poke damage from range against these guys is going to be very important. Because otherwise, they'll just be able to anchor in this middle point, and ain't nothing going to get rid of them. They are very high armor. They do a ton of damage in combat because of that weapon strength they got. They're kind of pushing through into the back line. The Rogue Idol is doing some decent damage. Misses the Logie Bogies, Spore Splodas. But you do get a Terror Rat on the Orc Boys here. And Jaden just kind of pushing into the back line for free. Doesn't have a very good value trade going right now. But once you start shutting down these missiles, that could flip on its head pretty quickly. And Direwolf just doesn't have a lot of juice in the front line. Is bringing up some Orc Boarboy Biggins. Or not Boarboy Biggins. There is one of those coming out, but just regular Orc Biggins. Moving in, looking to fight against Gorbat. You've got the Orc Shaman in here, and those buffs, man, the passive from the Great Leader is very, very powerful. It's giving the Goblins a lot of extra melee attack and melee defense, and they're absolutely sauced right now. Those stats were crazy. They had 58 and 57 for a little bit there. Rogue Idol soaking up a lot of aggro from the bow line as well. Yeah, this is just tricky, man. And yeah, you get a Terror Out going down on the Boarboy Biggins before they really even get anything done. Jaden really starting to run over Direwolf's army here, despite initial favorable value trading. See a lot of the missiles starting to get shut down. Snotling Pump Wagons, if they push through, should be able to kill these guys. How long is this going to go on for? Really nice Brain Burst, actually, like, slowing the roll of the Squig Herd here. Boarboy Biggins should be able to get some respectable value in here. Azag is really just kind of being ignored, and there is a decent amount of value from Direwolf tied up in Gorbat. As long as the missile line gets shut down, Jaden's probably going to be able to win this game, man. I mean, it's really just the missiles that would be a big threat to the rest of this army, because the melee core for Jaden is just looking way healthier. Pretty depleted, but back here has gotten a triple cap in. Locking it down, the Rogue Idol's still fairly healthy. I mean, it's got so much HP at base, 16,000. It's less than half, and it's still got 7,000. And it's just been causing big leadership problems, dude. I mean, we got Orc Biggins here routing with about half their HP left. The Squig Hoppers should just stay in and finish that unit off. Even if they get punished on a full overextend, they'll probably be able to kill enough of these Orc Biggins so they don't rally again. Azag going after Gorbad. He's trying to do a little dodging, but he's not going to be able to avoid it here. He does stick in combat now. He gets a big slap in on Azag there. Spirit Leech goes down. Azag hits him again. He will be routing here in just a minute. He does give a respectable amount of damage back in return, though. Oh, and he survives. No way. 800 HP. Azag back up in the air. Should be able to get one more Spirit Leech in, right? I mean, surely going to be able to finish then. Goblins pushing all the way up into the artillery line. Orc Biggins rallying finally. Wolf Rider Cav doing their best. Jaden just with so many cheap, cost-effective units rushing in here. Doing a very good job of supporting that very expensive opener. And the Crimson Killas, not a lot of value, but they've been a very effective beat stick sticking in with this Rogue Idol. There's got to be something going on. I feel like the Rogue Idol's been way more impactful than just 800 value. Although a lot of that has been Terror Routes, I guess. And the follow-up from the other units has really been where the damage has been done. That's the tricky thing about trusting the damage value meter. It's very deceptive, man. There's a lot of mitigating factors that determine whether or not it's like genuine value or not. Gorbad is on his way out. Will he rally? I don't think he will. He's just taking so much damage. He's also exhausted. Although he looks like he might rally on the edge here. Yeah, his leadership gets back in the green. He should just run and hide in the trees somewhere in the back here. Come on, man. What is he doing? There we go. He does rally. Get him back in this tree stand here, and your opponent's never going to know he's there. Azag going down to the Boarboy Biggins who surround him. The Rogue Idol is crumbling out now, which is a little unfortunate, but it's definitely done its work. It was a great centerpiece unit. Direwolf is taking back the number 3. Azag, if he gets back up in the air, maybe he'll rally and still be useful for some magic. Gorbad's routing yet again. Come on, man. What are you doing, buddy? There you go. He rallies back up again. He's the individual unit is what I'm complaining at, not the player. Your Lord being this low on HP is kind of hard to control because like any unit coming in contact with them is probably going to send them fleeing. Crimson Killas fairly healthy, big roadblock here in the middle, and they are just fighting an unholy tide of units that Direwolf is trying to throw up onto the objective. Stuffing back a lot of momentum, and the Savage Orcs moving in. Oh, and Direwolf knew where Gorbad was still. Actually sends Azag over, who did get off the ground. Snipes out the Lord for Jaden. Can the Crimson Killas carry, man? Their orders are to fight the Wolf Rider archers right now. Not really the best use of their time. And they have a movable bulwark on. I mean, I guess that's fine since they're in melee contact with so many units. It's going to be very hard to hit them accurately right now. Get a little bit of a brain burst going down from the Orc Shaman. He's got pretty good value just from casting that all game. And the Savage Orcs doing some pretty good damage in here. Holding the line, more Savage Orcs coming up. Orc Boarboy Biggins moving in. Jaden just needs to throw bodies out onto the field right now. I don't think there's much else to do. Direwolf is really rallying back in here. Killing the Lord and having Azag being fairly healthy here is making a big difference. If he gets sniped out, though, I think the momentum of the battle is going to flip completely on its head, though, again. Yeah, Azag, oh god, he's just so bad in the fights on the ground, dude. He just doesn't have any melee defense to speak of. It's like in the 30s at best. I think it's like 35 melee defense, which is really pathetic. And he's so expensive, dude. He's just such a risky Lord. He did get some, like, price decreases, but honestly, I think he could get another price reduction. All things considered, his current state of affairs and, like, value trade potential. It's not very good. Jaden doing a very good job of road blocking on the number 1, but it is, you know, a stalling tactic after all. Oh my god. Oh, are we going to see it? A rear charge here could break a lot of units' leadership. And once the greenskin units start routing, they do not stop. Oh my god. We could see just like a cascading effect here in a moment. Although they do steady themselves and doesn't look like they're going to be running here. Very unfortunate for Jaden. Some stuff running back here. They're all wavering. Can Jaden somehow hang on to these points? I mean, he's got plenty of time. If he hangs on for just another 30 seconds, it'll be just like an easy hold on one objective. Got some Boar Boy Biggins coming in. We got more out here. Still holding back the tides. Direwolf is just like fully committing to like throwing stuff forward without really being careful about the positioning of it. You could be walking around a lot of this stuff. Jaden can't hold it all back forever, but I think might be able to do it just long enough to be able to win the game here. Boar Boy Biggins against Boar Boy Biggins out here. Who will win? I mean, tune in next week for, you know, the satisfying conclusion of this episode of Dragon Ball Z. Goblin Wolf Rider Archers could get a rear charge here and maybe break this position finally. We do have momentum getting up on the number 1, but I don't think the number 2 is capturable at this stage. There's just too much stuck up over here. This is why you just can't blob like this, man. In a late game situation, there's only been a couple of units for Jaden up in this area, holding back like 6 or 7 units at a time, and you can't allow that to happen. It happens though. But you gotta make sure that you got your spacing properly. I mean, most of the units here are just not even in combat. They're standing back here being cheerleaders, basically. And if you're gonna have units be cheerleaders, have them be cheerleaders on the point. You know? Direwolf needs to get down in here and tell the forces he's commanding to PTFO. And Jaden actually out-muscles on the number 3. Really well played, dude. That, you know, damage value is just a total like mess sometimes. Complete lie. Jaden did a very good job of controlling the objectives. That Rogue Idol, man, it didn't pay for itself, but boy oh boy did it tear out an awful lot of stuff. And I think allowed enough damage on the retreats to give Jaden the advantage, despite every other indication going against him, to stay in the lead for the rest of that game. And just keep the objectives his. Really nice stuff, man. That's why taking ground can be really important as well. Snagla's Death Thrower got 1600 value. I did see it in the back there, but I mean, it was just focusing the Rogue Idol, I guess, all game, and got some pretty good value that way. As I got 1700 value, and that's not enough to pay for himself. Even with the very pared down kit, he's still up there in like the 2000s, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check that. So stupid expensive. Why, man? Come on. I mean... Oh, 1995. I don't think he had any other items. I think maybe he had the Spider Banner. Let me take a look. At least I've got a point of reference for the rest of the cost. Okay, so he's 1995 in gold, so he didn't quite pay for himself. I'm just always disappointed in Azag, man. He's just so mediocre. I think you're just like better off with anybody else currently. Azag on foot could work. I mean, he's got a decent amount of HP for a foot character. And then he can use his other buffs, you know, like get in there and use Slag of Slashes, which is pretty good leadership and melee attack buff. He's got Get On with it, so he gives a lot of leadership to his forces. Decent amount of armor, solid leadership. Melee defense is still pretty poor, but you can at least keep his cost reasonable and throw some stuff up to like really help him out, and while still, you know, buffing everything in a radius around him, which I think is way more important. Foot Azag, maybe. You know, people dunk on Grimgor, but Grimgor is actually pretty good. Call me crazy for thinking that. But he would have been able to get in there and just, like, smack down any lords that came into contact with him. He can fight the Rogue Idol, even. Do some decent damage to it. Bloodforged Armor is actually pretty good at clearing out chaff infantry, because it pops off constantly. And it does a respectable amount of damage in a pretty wide radius to cheap stuff. But really, you probably just want the best options. Savage Orc, Great Shaman's really strong, has a good buff with the Mumbo Jumbo chant. You can bring it on the War Boar. Bring Brain Burst, Fistic Orc. Here We Go is pretty decent, but these two in that particular matchup is really nice. You can use Skull Wand of Kaloth, maybe, to discourage leadership. That'd be pretty fun. Something to keep in mind. You don't really need anything else. Savage Charms, maybe. And that's about it. And he's really cheap. And you can just go really wide and bring other fun stuff, you know. You can bring, like, the Acid Burpo, which would be pretty hilarious. You can get the Rugloods in here with just a bunch of Black Orcs. I really like shielded Black Orcs. They're really powerful, man. They got ITP, they got good stats, lots of armor, silver shields, tons of HP. Super tanky infantry, and they will benefit immensely from the Mumbo Jumbo chant and Fistic Orc casting. And they'll roadblock your opponent for days, man. It was well played by Direwolf, but losing Azag is just something you can't afford. You sniped your opponent's lord out, but in that even trade, the person who's got, like, ground advantage is almost always going to win. And, you know, for that particular matchup, it was Jaden. This is, yeah, that's a duplicate. What time do we got here? I think I can do like 2 more. I've got a fair amount to go through still, so I will be coming back then to get the rest of these replays done another day. We'll get 1 more in here, and then I'll head out. Yeah, we got Valkio, we got Sartorial on the other side. Fly coming in with, you know, just the old standby build, which, nothing wrong with that. When you're new, focusing in on a particular playstyle and really trying to, like, refine your efforts in it is a pretty good place to start. And then you can kind of work out from there. This build will be pretty strong against what Hallman has. A lot of Bloodletters. Bloodletters are really strong. I do think that this matchup is not their best fight, though, because every single Tzeentch unit has magic damage, and they're very lightly armored.
Keep it from the foe.
And these Marauder Horsemen are going to just dunk on this Bloodletter core, man. So, already very scared for Hallman. I said build roulette doesn't happen very often. This particular build composition against, you know, what Fly has is looking very sketchy. The Hellforged Bellower is going to have to put a lot of work in here. Not even going for the #1 objective, man. Just going full out to try and take the #3 here, it looks like. Hellforged Bellower moving in. Changebringers overhead. Could be focusing down the Skull Cannon right now. Where are they going? What are they looking for? They got perfect opportunities to fire in here. Cultist not a bad target. I mean, pretty good damage against that guy. You do want to get rid of those summons, I guess, so... yeah, just focus him down. That's a pretty good target. They'll make pretty short work of him. Oh, and the Hellforged Bellowers Takes a pretty nasty volley there, but Furies are trying to take out the Changebringers now. Tzeentch Furies need to move over and stop these Khorne Furies from killing their 1,500 gold carry piece. Although the Marauder Horsemen are going to be doing that. Number 2 going to get taken. Fly's just got everything going for him right now. Cultists do get into melee combat, and they are going to do pretty well here. Sleipnir going down on the Marauders. So, you know, you could have cast it this way and also hit the other Marauder unit. You got to look out for little stuff like that. Just to maximize value on your limited use items is really important. The momentum on this number 2 objective swings for Tzeentch. There's not really any Khorne forces to help. And Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are a good unit, but there's 3 Marauder Horsemen here who are going to absolutely ruin these guys at range. Javelins easily sweep throwing axes in a ranged engagement. The Khorne Horsemen have to get into a melee fight to win. Bellower's getting nailed right now, and Fly... Excuse me. Fly doing pretty well early. Starting to lose a lot of momentum, and a Searing Doom on a flying unit actually doing enough damage to get these guys into crumbling range, but they do rally. Oh no, and the Changebringers... Oh, there they are. Oh my god, I was really worried for a second there. Changebringers might still go down here. They're being hounded very effectively by the Khornate forces. A lot of crumbling Furies, though. Down go the Marauder Horsemen. Tzeentch has the objective advantage as well, and can just play for time. Hellforge Bellowers is going down. Valkia against Sartorial. Sartorial is very healthy still. He should be able to beat Valkia, especially with some Fury supporting him. He'll eventually wear her out. The Cultists are hanging in there. They've used one of their summons here. Not that much value on it, though, unfortunately. And the other Bloodletters are starting to get pretty worn out. That's a really good cast. On the proper unit as well. Not using it on the Summon Bloodletter. And hitting the Exalteds instead, who haven't gotten a lot of value and are getting shot at by the Sour Guts now. Who are pretty effective counter. I mean, they got the magic damage. They hit pretty hard with the missile strength. They fire really quickly, too. And if they get attacked in melee combat... Sour Discharge will cause them to explode in the face of these Exalted Bloodletters. Horsemen moving around the flank can just get up on the number 1 and hold that down. Chosen are getting bullied pretty badly right now. They're fighting Bloodletters and a foot character and the Cultist, who do have pretty reasonable stats to go in against these guys. I think they also got hit by the Hellforge Bellowers a couple times. And then I would guess that, yeah, Valkia probably drops a Sleipnir on him as well. That's a lot to persevere through, but they are still hanging in there. They'll be able to grind out maybe up to like 500 value. And with all these rallying units, they'll be able to retake the back objective. Khorne holding, or Tzeentch holding on to the number 1. Khorne slowly losing the number 3, and the number 2 being taken by some Fleshhounds. Taking a long time to do, though. Valkia's just scrapping in here, man. She's such a great combat character. Even against a terrifying demon from the other dimensions, she's able to grind out about 1,000 value while being hounded by Furies here as well. Really impressive stuff from her. Do have Sartorial casting, Rock of Inevitability. I don't know what these Furies are doing, man. Typical air unit jank going on. Tzeentch does get their home objective back. They've got the Horseman Corps here. Exalted Bloodletters fighting against a bunch of Zangors. They've gotten their Hellblade up, but they're not much longer for this world. Good rear charge here to finish them off additionally. All things being equal, you know, Khorne is not looking totally out of it, but they had a lot of units crumble out, which is not being counted up here, so Tzeentch has definitely got the numbers advantage. And Khorne is going to need to be really careful about what they're throwing up on the field. Unsummoning the Horsemen right now, I think, is actually a really bad idea. They would be really good at hammering down these Flesh Hounds right now. Although we do get some Centaurs coming up. What's another unit gonna come out? Some Forsaken would be really good to go to the #1 objective. Fly has done a really good job this game, getting good engagements, but I think is getting a little complacent here. Should really go help these Zangors out. A good rear charge here from the Forsaken or these Spawn would definitely crumble these guys out and give him a little bit of momentum to maybe go grab the #2 or just the #1. Either or. You can't just sit back now. You do need to get your head in the game to close this one out. The 17 Chosen moving up to the #2. They've got about 500 value, which is nice. Zangor's back here rallying, and yeah, it looks like we're going to see a push onto the back objective. Could be risky, but we do have the Changebringers back up on the field. They're looking to make up for their lackluster performance that first go-around, and do have a great target here. They're going to ruin these throwing axes, man. Oh no, the humanity. Losing about a solid third of their HP, not getting through the shields of the Changebringers either, and these guys fire so quickly. And they just have good cleaving damage, so of course they're going to wear them out pretty fast. Do need to be careful of the second throwing axe coming in. We do get some movement from Fly pulling these guys back. Centaurs did beat the Flesh Hounds in a head-up fight. They just got a better charge bonus. They've got perfect vigor. They've got the magic damage to get through the Phys Res of the much squishier unit there. They are able to persevere. And yeah, Khorne throwing axes going down. Changebringer's getting some really good value up to this point. Fury's coming in, though. Gotta get these guys back. We do get a good response. Really good back-and-forth game, man. It's been well played by both players. Khorne's army, though, a little bit too vulnerable to the shooting, I think. Bringing the Bloodletters perhaps as a counter to the Tzeentch Chaos Warriors. This is just a really rough matchup for Bloodletters. This is one of the few where they don't have a lot of targets that they're very cost-effective against. Khorne infantry in general tends to be pretty bad here. Khorne going full mobility against Tzeentch really isn't a bad choice. You have to have answers for Changebringers. You don't need a lot of high-quality infantry to fight Tzeentch, typically. They're not going to bring a whole lot of scary stuff out. I would say you can probably just bring the Bloodwake Berserkers in reserve and use them as like a centerpiece unit, while you use the rest of your opening army as like Flesh Hounds, Furies, and Throwing Axe Horsemen to kind of control the other objectives, and that'll do you pretty good for the majority of Tzeentch builds. GG, well played here. It went a lot better for Khorne than I was expecting. They just, yeah, the Bloodletters were just mediocre, man. The Cultists didn't get a lot of value. The Hellforged Bellowers needed... Okay, so here's another thing that Khorne could have refined a little bit. Hellforged Bellowers, really good against Changebringers. Because they have tracking shots, they nail these things really easily since they're up in the air. You can pop the shields with the Hellforged Bellowers and use your Furies to then go hound down the Changebringers and get good value traits that way. And another thing that I think was keeping Hallman's value even is the fact that if you do damage to Tzeentch shields, you get value just from doing damage to the shields. And there was a lot of shield regeneration that game, so I think outside of Valkia, there just wasn't really anything that was doing much work there. I think you can go with a pretty similar build. You do want Valkia, she's really strong. Bloodwake Berserkers in reserve. Some Horsemen. Some Furies. Couple Flesh Hounds. The Hounds of the Bloodhunt are great here, since they remove magic attacks. You can use them in conjunction with some bloodletters to really do damage that way. I just bring a couple of marauders probably as your foot troops and build up behind that with some other units available to you. Otherwise, you just aren't going to be able to carry the day anywhere on the field. In fact, just do this and have the cultists grab your points and hang on to them with the horsemen having gotten them early. Bloodwake Berserkers can come in reserve. Although maybe even here they're not that great. I don't know though. Keep them, see how they do. Hellforge Bellowers comes in as your first summon. That way you can shoot down Changebringers if they're out on the field. You pop the shields. You run underneath with your Furies and your... or you run into them with the Furies if you can. Throwing axes, get up underneath them and throw up into the Changebringers and kill them that way. A couple of Blood Beasts wouldn't be a bad idea, and then you can just bring like a swarm of Marauders with like maybe Forsaken or something. For a little bit more quick infantry and mobility. You got a decent number of units here, man. I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in the opening. You got 21 units in total, which is like a fairly wide army for Khorne, all things considered. Really what you're doing is you're flipping the order at which you're bringing forces in typically. You're going to cap objectives early, and then you're going to try reinforcing them in the late game. Once you establish a mobility advantage and lead. Which against Tzeentch, I actually think is fairly doable. Because if Tzeentch goes really mobility heavy against you, and you try to build momentum up behind your infantry as Khorne, you're going to take a lot of damage early on without a lot of value trading. If you do it the reverse way around, I think you'll have a little bit easier of a time pushing your opponent down and then taking over the momentum of the game. It's something to think about, something to try out for sure. I don't have a ton of experience against Tzeentch, but they're generally a pretty good matchup for Khorne. They do have some really nasty tools, and if you have counters for those, then there's not a lot they're going to be able to do to stop you from just pushing them off the field. And your horsemen do win in melee against your opponents. So having, you know, thicker numbers on the Marauder Horseman front, you can get early advantages if you're able to get a surround off and crush their horsemen early on. A Chaos Knight might not be a bad idea to mix in either. Although they're a little bit more sketchy. Heralds of Khorne's Fury can be kind of cheeky as well, because they're really good at killing infantry. Fairly heavily armored, so a lot of Tzeentchian units aren't going to be doing like a lot, like max damage to them. You just need to keep the horsemen from poking them, and flamers and changebringers from roasting these guys down. But if they catch anything infantry-wise, they'll shred it, because they got a lot better with the buffs this patch. They attack fewer targets, which means they get Hellblade up quicker. Once they get Hellblade up, they just kill models outright, which is really brutal. So, anyways, thanks for tuning in, guys. I'm gonna go take a break, chill, relax, and I'll be back tomorrow for sure. Probably around the same time. Until then, GG's. Peace out, guys.